Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Midnight Stories. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I thought it would be nice if everyone could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Alright, let's get comfy, relax, and begin. It was probably the summer of 2010. I was 15, maybe 16. That awkward stage where you're just starting to test the waters of what being grown up might mean, but still dumb enough to think you're invincible. It was a Tuesday night. I remember that clear as day because we had school the next morning and didn't give a damn. Me and three of my neighbors had snuck out late. We used to do that a lot. Crawl out the window, hop the fence, meet up under the alley streetlight at the back of our subdivision. We'd walk the quiet streets, smoke weed or cigarettes, talk crap, and do what rebellious teens did when they thought no one was watching. That night it had rained a bit earlier in the evening. The pavement was still damp, giving off that wet concrete smell that always made me feel like summer was really here. We started at the cul-de-sac, just off Fairmeadow Lane, walking east. The four of us were spaced out, passing a joint back and forth, hands stuffed in hoodie pockets. Everything felt normal, just the usual sneaking around, laughing about nothing, sharing stories to give each other goosebumps. We weren't into ghost stories, not really. It wasn't about monsters under the bed. It was the real-life stuff that got under our skin, the stuff that made the air feel heavier. That night, someone brought up an old story from the neighborhood. Something dark, a rape that happened in the 70s, just 3 streets down. Nobody really knew all the details, just fragments passed down from older brothers and sisters. Something about a girl being snatched on her way home from school, never quite being the same afterward. And from there it spiraled. Tales of local kidnappers, people who vanished and were never found. Those classic what-if scenarios that turned into nervous laughter when you realized the stories weren't all that far-fetched. We'd been walking for maybe an hour and a half. By then, it was around 1 a.m. Most houses were dark, just a few porch lights glowing weakly behind screens. The road we were on was long and straight, lined with tall oak trees on both sides. Their branches reached over and formed a kind of tunnel. The rain had started back up, a light misty drizzle that clung to our clothes. The streetlights were spaced out far enough that big stretches of sidewalk were swallowed in shadow. We didn't care. It was summer. We were young. We didn't think anything could touch us. We were nearing the end of Ridgeway Drive, one of the older parts of the neighborhood. The houses there were all brick ranchers, kind of run down, probably built in the 60s. That's when we saw someone. Up ahead on the left side of the street, a figure came out of a house. We didn't think much of it at first. People come and go, even late at night. But something about the way this person moved, it was slow, deliberate, like they weren't in a hurry, but also weren't out for a casual stroll either. They were wearing a big hoodie, the kind that hides your face if the hood's up. The person turned and started walking in the same direction we were headed. Then they crossed the street diagonally, stepping into our path about 30 feet ahead. That was when we got a little spooked. Just instinct, I guess. We didn't say anything to each other. We just quietly crossed the road to the other side, not wanting to get too close. But no sooner had we done that, the person crossed back, ending up directly in front of us, right under the yellowish glow of a dim streetlight. We stopped walking. She pulled her hood back, and it took a second to register what I was seeing. It wasn't a man. It wasn't even someone particularly threatening looking. It was a woman, maybe in her late 30s or early 40s, with long, soaking wet red hair that clung to her neck and shoulders. Her skin was pale, but not in the way that sick people are pale, more like she hadn't seen the sun in a while. She was beautiful, but not in a magazine kind of way. There was something off about her. The kind of beauty that makes you stare longer than you should, but also makes your stomach twist with unease. She looked at each of us slowly, her eyes settling on me last. I'll never forget those eyes. They weren't wide or angry or scared. They were vacant. Like she was there, technically, but something behind those eyes had been switched off or taken away. She stared right into me, not blinking, like she was waiting for me to say something. And then, out of nowhere, she asked, "Why are you out so late?" Her voice was quiet and steady, but something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. It wasn't a normal question. It sounded rehearsed, like she'd been waiting to ask it. Before I could answer, she followed up with, "Where do you live?" No one said anything. We all just stood there, the rain dripping off the trees above, the streetlight humming faintly, our shoes damp on the concrete. She stepped a little closer and reached out, grabbing the front of my hoodie. Not hard, but firm. She pulled slightly, like she wanted to get a better look at my face, or maybe smell me, I don't know. I stepped back and said, without thinking, "Don't touch me." My voice cracked halfway through. She didn't respond. She just stood there, hand hanging in the air like she hadn't noticed I moved. That's when the second person appeared. From behind us, on the same side of the street we'd just come from, a man came walking toward us. He looked like he was in his late 20s, wearing a light blue Yankees cap. He was smoking a cigarette and walking with purpose, not running, not even rushing, but definitely moving like he had somewhere to be and knew how to get there. He walked right past us, not just near us. He brushed past my shoulder like we weren't even there. Like he didn't care. He had to have heard everything the woman had just said. Had to have seen her grab me. We were frozen, watching him. He didn't look at us, not even glance. Just kept walking past the woman, who had now turned her head to watch him. She looked like she recognized him, but didn't want to. We didn't know what to do, so we started walking again, slowly at first, moving around the woman like she was a strange statue. We crossed back over to the other side of the street, figuring we could make it home faster if we cut through the park entrance that was a block ahead. We'd only made it about 10 steps when we heard the guy's voice behind us. "What did that woman say to you?" he asked. "What did she tell you?" We stopped, turned around. He was standing halfway between us and her now, looking straight at us. Not yelling, not demanding, just asking. One of the guys with me answered, said she was asking us weird stuff, trying to grab us and probably high or something. The guy nodded once, then turned and started walking back toward her. She had started walking away from us again, back in the direction we had come from, but now he caught up with her. What happened next was burned into my memory like a cigarette burn on skin. He didn't say a word to her. He just grabbed her arm and yanked her hard toward the house she'd come out of. She started to resist, pushing at his chest, clawing at his sleeves. She was yelling something, but I couldn't make out the words. It was loud, but muffled by the rain and the way the street swallowed sound. He didn't stop. He kept dragging her up the driveway, back to that house, pulling her in through the front door while she kicked and twisted. And then the door slammed shut. We just stood there. We didn't run. We didn't call the cops. We didn't even speak. We just stood there for what felt like forever until one of us finally said we needed to get the hell home. I walked the rest of the way in silence, heart racing, stomach in knots. The park entrance was 2 blocks up, but none of us wanted to cut through it anymore. We stuck to the streets, eyes darting at every shadow, every movement of the trees. When I got home, I climbed back in through the window and sat on my bed soaking wet. I stared at the wall for hours. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop thinking. Who were they? What the hell was going on in that house? Why did she approach us? Why did I want to know what she said? I never saw that woman again. Not once. I passed that house almost every day on my way to school or walking the dog. Curtains always drawn. No car in the driveway. Never any noise. It became one of those houses I couldn't look at for too long. We never told our parents. We never called anyone. I think we all figured it was safer not to know more than we already did. For a long time, I thought maybe she really was just high. Maybe she was mentally ill. Maybe the guy was her brother or boyfriend or husband, and we just caught them in the middle of something ugly. But the longer I sat with it, the more I felt something wasn't right. That vacant look in her eyes, that wasn't drugs. That was something else. It was like she was being used or had been used for something, and she knew it. And maybe, just maybe, that night was her way of trying to get out, or trying to warn us. I'll never know for sure. But even now, all these years later, when I walk alone at night, especially when it rains, I still think about her. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't stepped back when she grabbed me, if the guy hadn't shown up, if she had said something else. But most of all, I wonder what was waiting for us in that house had we followed her instead of walking away. Hide and Seek, by me. I got the first message 3 days ago. It was during my break at work. I remember it clearly, just scrolling through social media, sipping burnt coffee when my phone buzzed. New text message. That wasn't weird on its own. What was weird was that there was no number listed, just a blank space where it should have been. That, and the message itself. Hide and seek. I figured someone had the wrong number. Maybe some friend trying to joke around. Still, it was strange. No number, no contact info, just a question. I typed back, thinking about the wrong number. Not sure who you're trying to reach, but it's not me. I forgot about it, finished my shift, and headed home. On my way out, I pulled my phone out of my locker and saw another message waiting. Hide and seek. Still no number. Still no explanation. Annoyed, I replied again. Like I said, wrong number. Who are you? Who are you trying to reach? This time, the reply came faster. You hide and seek? That was enough for me. I'd had my fill of creepy internet strangers. I blocked the message thread. Weirdly, it let me block it even though no number was shown, and moved on with my evening. I got in my car and started heading home when another message came in. This time it was from my roommate, Mike, asking me to pick up beer. Typical. I grumbled, but figured after that day, I could use a drink myself. I swung by the gas station and grabbed a case. As soon as I got back in the car, another notification popped up. I thought it was Mike again. It wasn't. Text-to-speech read it aloud through my car. Seek drink. I froze. My stomach dropped. I called Mike. He answered after a few rings, sounding buzzed. Not unusual for him. Hey man, you grabbed the beer. Yeah. Mike, seriously, are you messing with me? Those weird messages. What app are you using? The seek drink message gave it away. He paused. What are you talking about? The hide and seek crap. Come on. If you're trying to mess with me, it's working. I didn't send anything, dude. That's creepy. Anyway, hurry up. My buzz is wearing off. Click. He hung up. I sat there in my car, parked in front of our building, just staring at my phone. Something about this felt wrong. Like a bad dream you can't wake up from. Mike met me at the door. Well, met is a strong word. He took the beer and went back to the couch. I cracked one open and headed to my room, too tired to care anymore. Just as I sat on my bed, my phone buzzed again. Almost time, hide, or seek. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I tried blocking it again, turned the phone off, tossed it on the dresser. I tried to sleep. It must have been close to midnight when I heard the knock on my door. I jumped, heart thudding in my chest. Then Mike's voice, slurred and low. Hey man, I think someone's trying to get a hold of you. Got a message. Creepy as hell. Check it. I opened the door. He looked pale, even through the buzz. He handed me his phone. Last. Chance, hide, or seek. My mouth went dry. When did you get this? I don't know, dude. A bit ago. Wasn't really looking at my phone. I turned my phone back on. New message. Time-stamped minutes ago. Okay, hide. Then everything went black. Not the phone, the whole apartment. Power out. Silence. Except for the slow creak of the front door. I know I locked it. Something was in the apartment with us. I whispered to Mike, hide. He looked at me, confused and terrified. I crawled under my bed, my phone dying as I tried to dial 911. 1 second on, the next gone. No signal, no power, nothing. Then footsteps. Heavy, slow. Not Mike. The air turned cold, freezing. A foul smell followed, rot. Like old meat, like something dead. The footsteps stopped in my room. I held my breath. The closet creaked shut. I prayed Mike had hidden in there, but the thing must have heard it too. Suddenly, crash. Wood splintering. Then, Mike screamed. A raw, horrible scream that chilled me to the bone. Then silence. Total, crushing silence. I stayed there for what felt like hours. Then the lights flickered on. I crawled out. The closet door was in pieces. Mike was gone. No blood. No sign of a struggle. Just gone. I searched the whole place. Nothing. My friend disappeared right in front of me, taken by something I still can't explain. I gave the police the story I could, that my roommate vanished during a blackout. They searched. No clues. No leads. I haven't told them everything. They wouldn't believe it anyway. But now, 3 days later, I sit in that same room, staring at a new message. No number, just the words. Hide and seek. I think it's my turn again. And this time, I don't think I'll win. Hey, everyone. I don't really know how to start this, but I feel like I need to just say it straight. My child scares me. Not in a he's bad kind of way or anything like that. He's a sweet kid, smart and funny, and he's got a good heart. But sometimes the things he says or does, they stick with me in a way I can't shake. I've had a few incidents with him that still make me uneasy when I think back on them, but the very first one, that's the one that really shook me. That night has stayed with me, and even now, years later, I still get goosebumps when I remember how it felt. It was about 2 or 3 years ago. My son was 4 at the time, just old enough to talk in full sentences, but still small. Still that soft little body with chubby cheeks and eyes too big for his face. He used to crawl into my bed almost every night back then. He said he liked to sleep with me because it felt safer, and I never argued with him. I liked having him close, and I figured this stage wouldn't last forever. I'd miss it one day. That night wasn't any different at first. It had been a normal day. I don't even remember what we did. Probably just the usual stuff. Maybe the park, maybe grocery shopping, cartoons in the afternoon. Bath time, story time, the usual fights over brushing his teeth. Then lights off, and we climbed in my bed. I laid there next to him, facing the ceiling. I was tired. Not just tired from the day, but that kind of bone-deep exhaustion you only understand if you're a single parent. My body was still, but my mind was buzzing with lists, bills to pay, appointments to make, laundry that hadn't been folded in days. He was fidgeting beside me. He always did that, kicking the blankets off, rolling over, then back again. His little feet pressing into my thigh, whispering nonsense to himself, like a stream of half-thoughts and half-dreams spilling out. He made up little songs sometimes, or played with his hands like he was imagining something only he could see. I was used to it. It didn't bother me. I just laid still, eyes closed, breathing slow, hoping he'd wind himself down. Then he stopped. That's what got my attention. The sudden silence. His body froze, and the bed stopped shifting. At first I thought maybe he'd finally fallen asleep, but then I felt the mattress shift again, very slightly this time. Just the gentle pressure of him sitting up next to me. I kept my eyes closed, pretending to sleep. I didn't say anything. I figured if I acknowledged him, it would start him talking, and he'd be up another hour. But then he did start talking, just not to me. It took me a few seconds to realize he wasn't just whispering to himself. He was having a conversation. The pauses, the tone of voice. It was like he was replying to someone. Only there was no one there. I still remember exactly what he said. His voice was soft, but his words were clear. "What did you say?" he asked, sounding annoyed. Then a pause. "What?" Another pause. "I'm trying to go to bed." Another pause. "You go get it. It's downstairs. That way." And then a longer pause. My stomach was tightening with each word. "No, I'm trying to sleep. You go downstairs." There was another silence, a beat that stretched just a little too long. And then he said something that turned my blood cold. "What?" "Ugh, I can't hear you. Come here." That was it. I snapped. I sat up so fast I made the bed bounce, and I reached over and flipped on the bedroom light. The sudden brightness made my eyes sting. My heart was hammering. I was expecting what? I don't know. Something. I was just filled with this awful feeling like something had been hovering just out of sight, and I'd turn on the light just in time. He blinked at me, looking more confused than scared, like I'd interrupted something. "Who were you talking to?" I asked him, probably too sharp. I was trying to keep my voice steady, but I was breathing fast. He looked at me, then turned and pointed toward the corner of the room. Just pointed. That blank, far corner of my bedroom, near the dresser. Nothing there but a basket of laundry and a shadow from a lamp. "Over there," he said. I tried to keep calm, but my mouth was dry. "Baby," I said gently, "I can't see who it is. Can you tell me? Is it a boy? A girl?" He looked back at me. His face was serious in that way only little kids can be. Dead serious, like he didn't understand why I was even asking. He said, "Monster." I didn't move. I just stared at him. That word hit me hard. I felt like I'd been dunked in cold water. A monster, not an imaginary friend, not a ghost, just that word. And he said it so flatly, like he was describing a toy or a cat. A million things ran through my head in that moment. I didn't see anything in that corner. I didn't hear anything. But the way he'd said it, so sure, so unconcerned, It didn't feel like make-believe. And maybe I wouldn't have believed it at all if it hadn't been for my own childhood. I don't talk about it much, but I've had my own experiences. Weird things, unexplainable things. Enough that I knew better than to brush this off like it was nothing. So I sat up fully and pulled him close. I wrapped my arms around him and smoothed his hair down. He didn't seem scared. He looked kind of annoyed, honestly, like this thing had just been bothering him and he was tired of dealing with it. I asked him, "Do you want the monster to leave you alone?" He nodded, just once, a small, tired nod. So I told him, "Okay, we're going to tell it to leave. You say what I say." He looked up at me and waited. I said, "You are not welcome here. You need to go away." He repeated it. "You are not welcome here. You need to go away." I added, "This is our home. You don't belong here." He echoed me again. "This is our home. You don't belong here." Then, after a pause, he added his own words. "Yeah, leave me alone." And that was that. I turned off the light. He laid back down and curled up next to me. 2 minutes later, he was sound asleep, his little chest rising and falling steadily, completely at peace. Me? I laid there for hours. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even close my eyes for more than a few seconds without that feeling creeping in again. That something had been there, watching, waiting. I kept thinking about how calm he had been, how unfazed, like this wasn't even the first time it had happened. The rest of that night passed slow. I must have drifted off sometime around 3 or 4 a.m., but even then it wasn't good sleep. I kept waking up in short jolts, hearing things, small creaks in the floor, the wind outside, the usual house noises that in that state felt louder, closer, wrong. I didn't get out of bed until the sun was fully up and the room felt normal again. The next day, I asked him about it over breakfast. He was sitting in his usual spot at the table, still in his pajamas, eating cereal and watching cartoons. I asked gently, "Hey, buddy, do you remember talking to someone in bed last night?" He looked at me, chewed his cereal, shrugged. "Yeah." I asked, "Who was it?" He said, "Just the monster," like it was the most normal thing in the world. I tried to get more out of him, but that was it. He moved on, started talking about dinosaurs or robots, or whatever else his little brain was full of. He didn't seem bothered, but I was. I still am. That was the first time. The first time he said something that made my skin crawl. But it wasn't the last. After that night, things changed a little. I started paying more attention, listening closer, and he started saying things here and there, small things, never long stories, just moments. One time he told me not to go into the hallway because the black shape was walking around. Another time he refused to sleep in his room because they come through the window when it's dark. Always calm, always matter of fact. I took him to a pediatrician eventually. I had to. I needed to know if something was going on. They said he was normal, maybe a little imaginative, but nothing unusual. He wasn't sleepwalking. He wasn't having night terrors. He didn't show signs of any disorders or conditions. Just a healthy, normal little boy. And maybe that's what scared me the most. Because if it wasn't something explainable, then what was it? Over time, things got quieter. He got older, started sleeping in his own bed more, stopped talking about the monster or the black shapes or anything like that. But I haven't forgotten. I still remember the way his voice sounded that night. Not scared, not playing, just tired and annoyed. Like this thing had been bugging him for a while. Like it was a nuisance, not a fear. And I've wondered more than once if something really was there. Not a ghost, not something supernatural, just someone, something, maybe a person, maybe someone trying to get in, someone he saw through the window or the hallway. Kids don't always know how to describe things. They just say what comes closest. Maybe monster was his word for something he didn't understand. I've changed a lot of things since then. I added a second lock to the front door. I keep the windows latched every night, even in summer. I check every room before bed, not because I believe in ghosts, but because I don't trust how easily we assume kids are just imagining things. And every now and then, I'll catch him looking at a corner of the room a little too long, or staring out the window like he sees something I don't. And every time it happens, I feel that old fear crawl back into my chest. Because the truth is, I don't know what he saw that night. I don't know who or what he was talking to, but I believe he saw something, and I believe it was real. When I was 12 years old, I experienced something that I never really talk about. It happened over the course of a few days, but it changed the way I saw people, the world, and even myself. It wasn't something you could prepare for, and to be honest, even writing this now, years later, makes my chest feel heavy. I don't like to revisit it, but I remember everything. My parents had split up a few years before. When I was 10, I moved in with my dad. He lived in a small town I had never been to before, a place where everyone seemed to know everyone. I didn't know a single kid, and starting over was rough. But my dad had some friends from work, and he was close with a woman who had 3 kids of her own. She was a single mom, worked a lot, but was always kind to me when we visited. Her oldest daughter was around my age, maybe a year or 2 older. At first, we didn't talk much, but over time, we shared friends and started hanging out more, mostly through group stuff like school events or neighborhood games. I wouldn't say we were best friends, but we were friendly. We had that small town connection where everyone knew everyone else, at least a little. She had a younger brother who was a couple years younger than us, and a baby sister who I only saw once or twice. Her mom worked at some kind of social services job, or maybe a community health office, something like that. She was always helping people, always busy, always tired, but always smiling. I didn't know all the details about her work back then, just that it had something to do with helping people who were struggling. It was about a week before Christmas when everything happened. School had just let out for winter break. That night, my friend Rob had gone over to the girls' house to hang out. Her mom had a shift that evening and the kids were home alone. It wasn't unusual. They were used to it. Rob didn't tell anyone he was going over there, at least not me. I only heard about it the next day, and by then, everything was already in motion. So, this woman that her mom had been helping, this is where things start to get messed up. Her mom had been assisting another woman, just trying to help her get back on her feet. That woman had a sister who had recently been released from a mental institution. I don't know what kind of facility it was or what her diagnosis was, but from what I gathered later, she had a history of violent behavior. Apparently, through conversations with her sister, she found out where my friend's family lived. She even figured out the mom's work schedule. That detail always stuck with me. She didn't just snap. She planned. That night, there was a knock on the door. It was a cold night, quiet, not much going on. Rob told me later he had a bad feeling when they heard the knock. He said the girl thought it was her mom because she had a specific way of knocking when she got home. Without checking, she opened the door. Rob panicked because he wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't allowed to be in the house without an adult around. So he bolted, climbed out the window, and ran to his house, which was only a couple blocks away. He never looked back. He just assumed everything was fine. It wasn't. What happened next is something I only heard about in fragments. The details are hard to put together, but what I do know is that once the door was open, the woman came in. She didn't say much. She just walked in calm like she belonged there. The younger brother was in the living room, and he immediately knew something was wrong. He slipped out the back and ran to the neighbor's house. He was smart. He didn't scream or shout. He just ran and got help. He called the police, but by the time I got there, it was too late. She had murdered my friend, brutally, the kind of thing you only hear about on true crime shows. She had decapitated her, stripped her clothes off, and left her body in the bathtub. Her head was missing. That was what really messed everyone up. It wasn't just a killing. It was something way darker. The police had to search the house. They looked everywhere. Through the rooms, the basement, the garage, even through the Christmas presents under the tree. That part when I remember my dad telling someone over the phone. They found her head. I don't know where. Maybe in one of the gift boxes. Maybe tucked away somewhere else. I never asked. I never wanted to know. The town changed overnight. Everyone was scared. Everyone was angry. No one could understand how something like that could happen here, in our quiet little place where kids still rode bikes down the street and parents left their doors unlocked. People whispered about the woman. They said she had been let out too early. They said the system had failed. They blamed the mother for bringing that kind of danger into her home. But it wasn't her fault. She was just trying to help, trying to do the right thing. The funeral happened a few days later. My dad didn't let me go. Said it wasn't something a kid needed to see. I remember being angry, not because I wanted to go, but because I didn't know what to do with all the feelings. I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to pretend like it made some kind of sense, but I couldn't. There were no answers. Just this sick feeling in my gut that stayed with me for months. School didn't start back the same way. Her desk sat empty for a while, then one day it was just gone. Kids didn't talk about it much. We whispered, we speculated, but no one really knew what to say. I think most of us were just scared. Scared that something like that could happen so close to home. That someone could knock on your door and end your life. Rob changed after that. He didn't talk about it. Barely spoke for weeks. He blamed himself, I think, for not stopping it, for running. But he was a kid, just like me, just like her. We weren't supposed to be prepared for that kind of thing. We were supposed to be thinking about snow days and sledding and what we were getting for Christmas. That Christmas was silent. No one on our street decorated. No lights, no music, just a quiet winter and neighbors keeping to themselves. I remember watching the snow fall outside my bedroom window and thinking it didn't look the same. Like the world had turned gray. I didn't even open my presents. They sat under the tree for days, untouched. I didn't care. I still don't know how to fully process what happened. I don't talk to the girl's family anymore. They moved away not long after. I can't blame them. How do you live in the same house where something like that happened? Her younger brother probably still has nightmares. I know I do. Sometimes I see a bathtub and I get cold. Like a wave of ice runs through my chest. I avoid houses that look like theirs. I triple check the door locks at night. I don't answer knocks unless I'm expecting someone. It messed with me in ways I didn't realize until I got older. Made me paranoid. Made me doubt people. Made me grow up faster than I was ready for. And yet life moved on. School kept going. The seasons changed. People talked less and less about it, until eventually it became one of those things everyone remembered but no one mentioned. But I remember every bit of it. The fear, the confusion, the horrible silence that hung over our town like a fog. The empty chair in the classroom. The way people looked at each other differently after. Like trust had been broken in a way that couldn't be fixed. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or anything like that. What happened wasn't some supernatural curse. It was a broken system, a woman with a sickness, and a moment where too many things went wrong all at once. There were no monsters under the bed. The monster was real, walking, breathing, and she was let into that house because someone was just trying to do the right thing. It taught me something I wish I never had to learn. That real horror doesn't come from movies or stories. It comes from people, and it doesn't knock first. I had just gotten off work. My shift ran late, and I was exhausted in that kind of way where your body's sore, but your mind's still wired. You know what I mean? The kind of tired where you finally sit down and your brain keeps buzzing like a fluorescent light that won't shut off. I dropped my stuff at the door, kicked off my boots, and headed up to my room on the second floor. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small room with a creaky bed, a desk with too many water bottles and receipts on it, and a fan that made more noise than wind. It was early evening. The sun was still out, but already low, casting that orangey glow through the blinds. I remember that because it made the room feel warmer than it was. Outside, I could hear the occasional car go by on the street, but inside the house, it was quiet. Peaceful even. My little brother was downstairs watching TV, probably reruns of that dumb cartoon he liked. I could hear the muffled voices and music of it through the floorboards. The dog, Sasha, a mutt we got from a shelter, was lying in the hallway right outside my door. She liked that spot because the carpet was soft and it let her keep an eye on everyone. I flopped down on my bed, phone in hand, just scrolling. Nothing exciting. Same old feeds, same old recycled memes, and updates for people I barely talked to. My body was glad to be off my feet though. I had one earbud in, one out, just in case my brother called me or the dog started doing something weird. And then she did. At first it was just her nails clicking against the floor like she had gotten up quick. But then it turned into something more, scrambling sounds, claws scrabbling for traction, barking loud and deep from her chest, then howling, full voice like she'd seen something she didn't like. It was sudden and sharp and loud enough to make me flinch. I pulled the earbud out and sat up. My first thought was someone came in the door. Maybe our roommate was home early, or my dad popped by. Or maybe a package guy knocked too loud, or something spooked her through the window. She was usually chill, You had to really surprise her to get her going like that. As I started getting up, right as I reached to open my door, I heard a man's voice say clear as day, "Ah, that's a good girl." I froze. It didn't sound like my brother. It didn't sound like a kid. It was a grown man's voice, calm, almost playful. I figured maybe it was our roommate. He was a quiet guy, usually came in through the side door after work, and he liked to mess with the dog sometimes. I said, loud enough for him to hear, "Oh, you're home early." But when I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, I stopped dead. There was nobody there, just Sasha, standing stock still, tail wagging slow and steady like she was happy. She was facing the end of the hallway that led toward the stairs, staring hard. She didn't look confused or scared, just excited, the way she gets when someone she knows walks in the door. Her ears were perked up, her tongue was out. She even did that little bounce on her front legs like she wanted to play. But there was nobody there. I could see all the way down the hall to the stairs, and not a soul was in sight. I said nothing at first. I was too confused. I turned and looked down the other end of the hallway, toward my room and the bathroom. Still nothing. Then I heard my brother's footsteps on the stairs, quick and stomping. He came up, annoyed, like only a little brother can be when you mess with his TV time. "What the hell, man? Why'd you get Sasha all riled up?" I just stared at him for a second before asking, "Wait, but didn't come up here just now?" He frowned. "No, I've been downstairs." I looked at him, then back at the dog, still wagging, still happy but calming down now. "You didn't hear that voice?" I asked. He blinked. "Yeah, I did. I thought it was you or maybe Mike. Our roommate. Mike." I shook my head. "Mike's not here. No one's here." That gave him pause. He looked down the hall like I had, eyes scanning nothing. I could see him trying to brush it off, but failing. We didn't say anything for a few seconds. Just stood there in the hallway, both of us feeling that weight of something weird. I don't know how to describe it better than that. It wasn't ghosts or whatever. It was just off. Like walking into a room where someone had been talking about you, or like when a storm's coming and the air gets heavy. Just wrong. We decided to check the house. It felt stupid, but what else do you do? Sasha followed us down the stairs, wagging and alert. We armed ourselves, me with my butterfly knife I kept in my nightstand, him with his BB gun that barely had enough power to dent drywall. We didn't have real weapons. We didn't think we'd need them. We moved through the house room by room. Living room, empty. Kitchen, empty. Pantry, basement, garage, all clear. We checked the side doors, the back door, the windows. Everything locked. No signs of forced entry. Nothing moved. No muddy footprints. No open windows. The only weird thing, and it's probably nothing, was that the dog bowl in the kitchen had been nudged a few inches out of place. But she could have done that herself. We checked upstairs too. Closets, bathroom, even under the beds like we were 5 years old. We laughed about it, kind of nervous laughter, the kind that doesn't feel funny even while you're doing it. Nothing. Nobody. Just the two of us and a dog that was now flopped on her side like nothing had happened. The rest of the night was quiet. Too quiet. I went back to my room, but didn't bother lying down. I sat at the desk instead, light on, staring at nothing. I kept thinking about that voice. It didn't sound like someone outside. It was too clear, too close. And the way Sasha reacted, it wasn't fear. She wasn't barking at a threat. She was barking out of excitement, like she heard someone she liked. But there was nobody there. We didn't talk about it again that night. He went back downstairs, turned the TV on louder than before. I think we were both trying to drown out the silence. Over the next few days, I found myself checking doors more often, double-checking locks, listening harder to everyday sounds. And every time Sasha barked or perked up her ears, I looked in the direction she was looking, expecting something. But nothing ever came. I told Mike about it when he got home the next day. He just shrugged and said maybe someone walked by the house and the dog got excited. Maybe the sound bounced weird through the walls. But he didn't sound like he believed it, and honestly, neither did I. The voice didn't come from outside. It was in the house. It was near. We didn't have a history of weird stuff in the house. It wasn't old. It wasn't new either, built sometime in the 70s. Nothing special, just a plain suburban two-story with creaky floors and beige walls. I'd lived there for years. Nothing like this had ever happened before. I even went so far as to check my phone see if I had accidentally recorded something. Nothing. I asked my brother again a few days later, tried to see if he remembered any more details about the voice. He said no, just that it was male, kind of friendly, not threatening. Same thing I heard. That's what stuck with me the most. The tone of it. Calm, familiar, like someone who belonged there, like someone who knew the dog. Sometimes I try to make sense of it. Maybe we both misheard something. Maybe there was a neighbor out back talking to their own dog, and it somehow carried through the vents. Maybe the TV glitched and said something weird. But those answers feel like excuses. Band-aids for something that doesn't sit right. Because I know what I heard. He does too. And so did the dog. It never happened again. No other voices. No other weird noises. Just that one time. A calm voice in a quiet house. Talking to a dog like it belonged there. But to this day, I still think about it. Especially when I'm home alone. Especially when I hear Sasha bark for no reason and stare down an empty hallway like she's waiting for someone to come back. I'll always remember the way she looked that day. Wagging. Happy. Tail thumping on the carpet. Like whoever it was, she trusted them. And that's what bothers me the most. She didn't bark like she was scared. She barked like she was greeting an old friend. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, my family lived in a small house at the end of a cul-de-sac. The neighborhood was tucked away, almost hidden, with only a few houses that felt a little too close together, like the entire place was an afterthought. Our house, though, stood out for one reason: the backyard. It was huge, massive even. My sisters and I used to run around back there, playing in the tall grass and pretending it was a jungle or a Wild West frontier. But there was one corner of the yard that we always avoided, a corner with a rusted-out trailer sitting there, the kind you tow behind a truck to haul dirt bikes. It was bent and old, the metal twisted in places, like the trailer had been abandoned long ago, but had never been removed. That corner always gave us the creeps. Even the dog wouldn't go over there. And that was weird because our dog was fearless. She would chase after squirrels, bark at anything that moved, and run circles around the yard. But not by that trailer. Whenever she got near it, she would stop, her fur standing on end, and she'd look around as if something was watching her. More than once, she'd back away, her tail tucked, as if someone had snapped at her from behind. That was the first sign that something wasn't right about that part of the yard, but we were kids, and it was easier to just ignore the feeling and stay away. My 2 younger sisters shared a room. They were close in age, only a year apart, and they always had each other to lean on. But sometimes, they would come into my room in the middle of the night, looking scared. They'd whisper that they saw strange lights in their room. At first, I thought they were just imagining things, maybe the street lights shining through the window or the shadows playing tricks on them. But they were insistent, and the way they spoke made me uneasy. They said the lights weren't like normal street lights. They were odd, moving, and always in the same spot, by the wall near the window. I told my parents about it once, but they brushed it off. They said it was just the street lights, that they were probably being reflected by something in the room. They didn't seem worried, so I figured it was nothing to worry about. But every time my sisters came to sleep in my room after one of these strange occurrences, I started to feel a little more uneasy about it too. Then, one night, something happened that I couldn't explain. I woke up and immediately, something felt wrong. It wasn't like a bad dream or a sense of unease. It was more like pure, raw anger, the kind of anger you feel when you're standing next to someone who absolutely hates you, someone whose emotions are so strong they seem to fill the room. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel it, someone's rage just hanging in the air. I opened my eyes and saw a shape standing in the doorway of my room. At first, I thought it was one of my parents, maybe coming to check on me, or one of my sisters who had gotten scared and needed to sleep with me. But there was something off about the way the figure stood. It was tall, too tall for either of my parents, and the way it was still, like it was waiting for something, made my blood run cold. Then I saw it, a red, glowing light, hovering just below where the figure's head would have been. At first, I thought it was just the cherry of a cigarette. Maybe one of my parents had gotten up for a smoke. But something didn't feel right. The light didn't flicker like a normal cigarette would. It glowed too steadily, too intensely. I wanted to say something, call out to my parents, Maybe. So I whispered, "Mom? Dad?" But there was no response, no movement, nothing. The figure just stood there, staring at me. I stayed frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. But then the figure in the red light disappeared, vanishing into the darkness like they'd never been there. I was too scared to move. I pulled the covers over my head as quickly as I could, wrapping myself up tight in a little ball. The air felt thick, like something was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I stayed there under the covers for what felt like hours, my mind racing. Then, suddenly, I felt a tug at the blankets at the foot of my bed. I froze. My heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, I thought maybe it was just the wind or the house creaking. But the tug came again, more forceful this time. The blankets were being pulled, like something or someone was trying to pull them off me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I just held on, gripping the blankets as tightly as I could, trying to stop whatever it was from taking them away. The tugging stopped suddenly, and the air around me felt even heavier, more suffocating. I couldn't move. I stayed perfectly still, my heart pounding, unable to even lift a finger. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted back to sleep, though my dreams were full of strange shapes and angry feelings. The next morning, I didn't say anything to my parents. I didn't want them to think I was just being a scared kid. But when I asked about it, when I mentioned the figure and the tugging, both of them just shrugged and said I must have had a bad dream. They were asleep the whole night, they said. It was just a nightmare, nothing more. Years passed, but I couldn't shake the feeling about that house, that corner of the yard, or the strange nightmares that seemed to follow me wherever I went. I used to have recurring dreams about that house, particularly about the garage that had been turned into a den. In my dreams, the den always felt like a black hole, like it was swallowing everything around it. I would dream of running downstairs into the den, but I knew if I got too close to the black hole, something would grab me, drag me into it. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, terrified to go back to sleep. I wasn't the only one. My younger sister, the one who shared a room with me back then, told me years later that she had the same kind of dreams. She would dream of running down the stairs into the kitchen, only to find the cupboards opening and closing on their own. But the worst part of her dreams was the man standing in the den. He was always there, standing near the black hole, staring at her. We never talked about the dreams while we were kids. We never told anyone about them, not even each other. But when we were adults, sitting around one night with our mom, the topic came up. We started talking about the old house. And to my surprise, my sister and I had both experienced almost identical nightmares. We hadn't known the other had the same dreams until we talked about it. That was the moment it really hit me. Those nightmares weren't just random. There was something about that house, about the area near the garage, that had left a mark on us. Something had been wrong there, something that couldn't be explained. I've been back to that neighborhood a few times as an adult, and every time I drive down the street, I feel it. That same heavy feeling, like something's watching me, something waiting. It's not a feeling I can explain, but it's there like the neighborhood itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Maybe the house was built on some kind of land that was never meant to be disturbed. Maybe there was something there before the house was built, some kind of energy or a history that I'll never understand. All I know is that there was something in that house, in the yard, that I couldn't see but could always feel. And whatever it was, it followed me long after we moved away. To this day, I still get that cold, uneasy feeling whenever I think about it. And every time I pass by that neighborhood, I wonder if it's still there, waiting for someone else to feel what I felt. It was a normal night, one of those quiet, peaceful nights where nothing feels out of place. My boyfriend, Jay, and I were lying in my bed, the lights off, our bodies nestled into the sheets, each of us lost in our own thoughts. We didn't speak much, just comfortable in the silence, the only sound being the soft hum of the fan in the corner of the room. It wasn't too hot, just enough to keep things cool. Everything felt normal. Too normal, I guess. I wasn't tired yet, and I was thinking about the day, about random stuff. My mind wandered, and I could hear Jay's breathing, steady and slow. I thought maybe he had fallen asleep already, but he suddenly rolled over and wrapped his arms around me. It wasn't anything unusual for him. He was always affectionate, but that night, there was something different in the way he hugged me. It wasn't just a typical embrace. It was tight, too tight, and something about it made my skin prickle. I instinctively hugged him back, but my mind, for some reason, started a race. Then it hit me. This overwhelming feeling that gripped my chest, something I couldn't explain. It wasn't a feeling of worry or fear, but something darker, something evil. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to shake off the sensation, but it wouldn't leave. The feeling settled over me like a heavy blanket, and I felt an intense, suffocating dread. If I had been standing, it would have knocked me to the ground. But I wasn't standing. I was lying there, paralyzed with fear. I had been through panic attacks before. I knew what they felt like, and this was different. This was real fear, not just my mind playing tricks on me. It was something tangible, something that I could almost touch. I could feel in the air. It was as if the very space around me had grown colder, sharper, like a knife pressing against my skin. Even Jay, who was always warm, felt cold. I could feel his usual warmth, but it was like a thin veil, barely there. Beneath, it was an icy chill that seemed to seep into my bones, turning me numb. I tightened my arms around him, as if holding on to him could stop the feeling from swallowing me whole. But it didn't help. I could still feel it. It felt like it was coming from the corner of my room, like something was lurking there, watching us. I couldn't explain it, but it was like sensing someone standing behind you without them even saying a word. It was unnatural. I couldn't take it anymore. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but all I could think about was how to get out of this. Get out of this feeling, out of this room. But I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I tried to speak. Jay, do you feel that? It was a stupid question, but I needed to know. I needed to make sure it wasn't just me. Maybe I was going crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I needed someone to confirm it. And when he spoke, his voice trembling, my heart dropped into my stomach. I do. I feel it too, he whispered. He sounded scared, more scared than I'd ever heard him before. That was all I needed to hear. If Jay was scared, then it was real. Something was wrong. Something was in the room with us. It was suffocating, like a heavy, invisible presence pressing down on us, and all I could do was hold on him tighter, hoping to feel safe. But there was no safety. The cold, the dread, it was everywhere. It was like we weren't alone anymore. Jay didn't hesitate. He reached for his phone and started dialing. He called his friend, Matt, who was studying to become a youth pastor. Matt was the kind of guy who believed in God, in the power of prayer, and I guess Jay thought maybe, just maybe, Matt could help. As Jay talked to Matt, I climbed out of bed, my legs unsteady as I walked to the light switch. I flicked it on, but the room still felt dark, even with the lights burning brightly overhead. I didn't feel any better. I felt exposed. I returned to the bed, sitting down beside Jay as he put Matt on speakerphone. My eyes darted around the room, trying to make sense of what was happening, but it was hard to focus. Everything seemed out of place. The walls felt closer than they should have. The air felt thick, and the shadows seemed wrong. I tried to calm myself, taking deep breaths, but it was no use. My heart pounded in my chest like a drum. Matt's voice came through the phone, calm and steady, despite the situation. He started praying. The words were comforting at first, but something changed. The room seemed to shift again, the air thickening with an even deeper sense of dread. It was like something was pressing in on us, pushing against the walls, trying to suffocate us. The coldness wrapped around my chest like a vice, and my skin felt clammy with sweat. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't find my voice. I could only listen, barely able to focus on Matt's prayer anymore, my mind drifting into a haze of fear. Then, just as quickly as the prayer had started, it was over. The room seemed to lighten, the coldness starting to recede. I could breathe again, though the air still felt a little too thick. Jay and I exchanged looks, unsure what to say, still reeling from the experience. Matt spoke again, breaking the silence. "Were you two talking while I was praying?" Jay and I glanced at each other, confused. "No," Jay answered, his voice low. "We were just listening, praying in our heads." Matt's voice dropped, and I could hear the tension in it. I heard something. I heard a voice from the phone. It was deep, gravelly, and it told me to stop. And I don't know, I just felt this awful, evil feeling wash over me. The blood drained from my face. I looked at Jay, and he looked just as pale as I felt. The dread wasn't gone, not completely. It was still there, lingering in the air, and the feeling of being watched didn't fade. I could feel it still, whatever had been in my room, it was still there in some way. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had to fight the urge to look over my shoulder. I knew what I'd feel if I did. Jay ended the call with Matt quickly, his hands shaking. He was spooked, and honestly, I was too. The room was lighter, yes, but the unease lingered, a cold weight in the air that wouldn't lift. Jay didn't even say goodbye. He just told me he was going home. The fear had taken hold of him, and I could see it in his eyes. He didn't want to stay any longer, didn't want to be in the room with me anymore. He left fast, the door slamming behind him, and I was left alone. I stood there in the quiet of my room, still trying to make sense of everything. My heart was racing, my body trembling. I went to my dad's room, thinking I could tell him what happened, maybe get some comfort. But when I knocked on his door, he just grumbled from the bed, too sleepy to care. I told him what happened anyway. He muttered something about having a gun and how he'd shoot it if it came back. Thanks, Dad. I didn't feel much comfort in that. The whole night felt off, like something had changed. Like the atmosphere had shifted, and I wasn't sure if it would ever go back to normal. Why had that thing come into my room? What was it trying to do? Why did it leave? It didn't make sense, and it still doesn't. The worst part of all was the not knowing. I had no answers, no explanation. I still don't. It was like something had come to test us, to see if we were strong enough to withstand it. But what was it trying to prove? What did it want? I don't think I'll ever know the answers, and that's the scariest part. Whatever it was, it didn't come back. But I still think about it sometimes, especially when the room feels too quiet or when I'm alone in the dark. It didn't leave me, whatever it was. It's still there, somewhere in the back of my mind, waiting, and I don't know if I'll ever truly be able to shake it. When I was younger, we lived in an apartment complex that my mother managed. It was an old building, the kind with peeling paint on the walls and creaky floorboards that always seemed to groan underfoot, no matter how quietly you walked. We lived on the second floor, just below the vacant apartment. My mom would always talk about the building to us, how old it was, how strange some of the things that happened were. She managed the complex herself, which meant she knew everything about the tenants, the leaks, the broken pipes, and the weird noises that echoed down the hallways. It was the day before Halloween, and my mom was sitting in the small kitchen of our apartment, which was connected to the living room by a narrow opening. She was making dinner, the smell of spaghetti filling the air, and I was sitting at the small dining table, flipping through a comic book. My younger sister was playing on the couch, but I could tell she wasn't paying much attention to anything. Mom was in one of her story moods, so she started telling us a scary tale, nothing unusual for her. She had a knack for storytelling, and her voice could easily draw you into the tale. She began talking about the apartment above us. "Did you ever hear about the two little boys and their mother?" she asked, looking over her shoulder while stirring a pot. "They used to live in the apartment above us." I looked up from my comic, listening intently. I was about 8 years old at the time, old enough to be curious, but still a bit too young to fully understand what Mom meant by scary. My sister, who was just 5, wasn't quite as interested, but she still sat still enough to hear the story. Well, Mom continued, "A long time ago, this family lived there, 2 little boys and their mother. They were a nice family, but one night, something terrible happened to them." She paused for a moment, making sure we were paying attention. I remember that small, unsettling silence that followed. They died in that apartment. I didn't know much about death back then, but I understood that it wasn't something that happened lightly. The gravity in her voice made me focus more on the story. "People say you can still hear them sometimes," Mom went on, her voice dropping into a softer tone, running up and down the hallway, playing like they used to. "It's like they never left. If you listen closely, you'll hear their footsteps." I shivered a little, though I didn't want to admit it. My mom was known for telling us these stories, but they never seemed to bother me much. It was just a story, right? Something to keep us entertained. But then at that exact moment, we all heard it. The unmistakable sound of running feet. Light, quick, and distant, came from upstairs. It was the sound of little feet echoing down the hall, followed by the light thudding of what could only be children running in circles. For a brief second, time seemed to stop. My mom froze at the stove. My sister looked up, her wide eyes searching for my mom's reaction. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I looked at my mom. Her face was pale. There was a tension in her posture that I'd never seen before. It wasn't the kind of tension that comes from being surprised or startled. This was different. It was fear, real fear. She didn't say anything for a long moment. Her eyes locked on the door that led to the hallway. The sound of running continued above us, as if the children were racing around, oblivious to the fact that the apartment was supposed to be empty. My mom's lips pressed together tightly, and I could see her jaw tense. Without saying a word, she picked up the phone from the kitchen counter and dialed. I didn't hear her speak when the phone rang, just her quiet, hurried breaths. She hung up after a moment and quickly turned to the door. "I need to go check something," she said, her voice a bit shaky. She didn't explain further, just grabbed her coat and went out the door. My sister and I stared at each other, the sounds of running still echoing above us. We waited in silence. It felt like the world had slowed down, the ticking of the clock on the wall somehow louder in the heavy quiet. I didn't know what was going on, but I could feel my heart thudding in my chest. Mom came back just as quickly as she had left. Her face was still pale, but there was something different in her eyes. She didn't say a word, just motioned for us to stay inside while she went back outside. Minutes later, she returned with a man I didn't recognize, followed by another man. One of them was wearing a patrol officer's uniform, the local cop who would sometimes check on things in the complex. The other man was one of the maintenance workers who helped fix things when they broke around the apartments. They walked upstairs, but I could still hear the sound of running coming from above. The footsteps never stopped. It was maddening. I don't know how long it took, but after a while, I could hear the heavy footsteps of the men as they moved through the apartment above us. The sound of running had stopped. It was another 10 minutes before they came back down. The cop and the maintenance guy walked into the hall, both looking bewildered, and my mom stood there, her face as white as the walls. "Well," the cop said, scratching his head, "it turns out there was someone living up there." He glanced at the maintenance man, who nodded. "A woman and 2 kids. Living?" my mom asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Yeah," the cop said. "Apparently, the window was left open, and they slipped in there. They've been living up there for a while now. Homeless. Nobody knew." My mom's expression was one of shock. She blinked a few times, not quite understanding. The cop continued, shaking his head as if he couldn't quite believe it himself. "Turns out they've been living there for months, making noises, playing, just like you heard. No one knew, because no one ever checked the vacant apartments regularly. They were just forgotten. I didn't understand it at first, but then it hit me. The children's footsteps we had been hearing weren't ghosts. They were real. Real children running around, playing in a vacant apartment, their mother hiding away with them, probably terrified, just trying to survive. I watched as my mom's face sank in realization. She looked down at the floor, shaking her head slowly, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. The cop and a maintenance guy went up to get them, and soon enough, the family was escorted out. The mother, who looked worn and frail, had 2 young children clinging to her. They looked confused and scared, but at least they were safe now. That night, my mom didn't tell any more ghost stories. She never did again. The idea of something being lost in that way, of people living in a forgotten space, unnoticed, while everyone else just went about their lives, was enough to stop her from ever sharing another spooky tale. For days after that, I couldn't shake the feeling of those footsteps. I couldn't help but think about the family up there, the sounds that we thought were supernatural, only to realize that they were just the echoes of a different kind of struggle. We moved out of that apartment complex when I was a little older, but I never forgot the sound of those running feet. The truth was far scarier than any ghost story my mom could have ever told us. And even to this day, whenever I hear footsteps in a hallway or a strange noise in an empty building, I can't help but think about that night. The night we realized some things don't need to be ghost stories to be terrifying. The house my grandparents lived in wasn't anything special, at least not in a bad way. It wasn't a creepy old mansion with cobwebs hanging in every corner or anything you'd expect from a haunted house. In fact, it was pretty normal. Well, on the surface. The house was cozy, the walls were a soft beige, and the floors creaked a little. The kitchen always smelled like coffee and cinnamon, and the living room had this couch that always seemed to swallow you whole when you sat down. It wasn't an old house either, maybe just 20 or 30 years old, but it always felt a little off. I didn't think much of it at first. I mean, what could be wrong with a regular house? I'd always stay at my grandparents' house during summer vacation. I was around 13 or 14 years old at the time, and those are the days when I'd stay up late, snacking on chips and candy, playing video games until my eyes burned. It was during these late night hours when I first started noticing the weird things. My grandparents' house had this hallway that stretched out in front of my bedroom, and their room was at the very end of it. I was at the far end of the hallway, so if anyone walked down it, I'd always hear it. Most of the time, it was my grandpa. He had this nightly ritual where he'd get up around 1 or 2 in the morning to grab a few Tums from the cupboard in the hall. It wasn't a big deal. In fact, I'd gotten used to it. The sound of his footsteps on the carpet was distinct, heavy, slow, methodical. One step after another, like he was in no hurry. Then I'd hear him reach the cupboard where the Tums were kept, and I'd listen to him rattle the bottle open. He'd pop a couple of them and head back down the hallway. It was like clockwork, so much so that I could recognize it from a distance, even when I was deep into a game or lost in whatever I was doing. The whole routine felt like a part of the night, like the rhythm of the house. But over time, something started to change. At first, it was subtle. I'd hear the footsteps, and they'd sound the same as always, so I didn't think much of it. But then, one night, it was later than usual. It was past 2:30 a.m., and I was sitting up in bed, still playing video games. I heard those footsteps again, slow and deliberate. I paused the game, listening carefully. They sounded like my grandpa's footsteps, but the timing was off. I glanced at the clock. My grandpa was usually done with his Tums by now, and I hadn't heard his bedroom door creak open. I didn't think much of it. I figured he just got back into his room quietly. But when I heard the footsteps continue down the hallway, past his room and toward my end of the hall, that's when things got a little strange. Normally, my grandpa's routine was predictable. The footsteps always followed the same pattern. Down the hallway, to the Tums, back to his room. But this time, the footsteps kept going. I sat up straighter in bed, staring at the door. The footsteps came closer, closer, until I could hear them clearly right outside my door. My heart was thumping in my chest. I pulled the covers up a little higher, wondering why he hadn't turned around yet. The steps were just outside my door now, just a couple feet away. I could almost feel them, each heavy thud on the carpet making the air feel thick, like the house itself was holding its breath. And then nothing. There was no more sound. I waited for a few seconds, thinking maybe my grandpa was just standing outside my room for some reason. Maybe he needed something, or maybe he just didn't want to disturb me. But that didn't feel right. I slowly stood up, trying to move as quietly as possible. I eased the door open a crack and peered into the dark hallway. Nothing. It was empty, just a stretch of carpeted hallway, bathed in the dim glow of the night light at the other end. No sign of my grandpa. I thought I must have imagined the whole thing. I was a teenager, after all, probably just hearing things. The mind can play tricks on you in the middle of the night, especially when you're not fully awake. But this wasn't the first time it happened. A few nights later, it happened again. The same footsteps, the same slow, deliberate thuds coming from the other end of the hallway toward my room. But this time, it felt different. This time, they stopped right outside my door. I lay there, frozen, watching the door handle. And then it happened. The doorknob started to rattle. Not like someone was trying to open the door. No, it was different. It was like someone was rapidly turning the knob, trying to twist it back and forth, but not actually opening it. The sound was frantic, like the person outside couldn't get it to open and was getting frustrated. My heart raced as I stared at the door, waiting for something, anything. The rattling stopped for a moment and then started up again, only this time it was faster, more intense. I jumped out of bed in a panic. I couldn't stay there, couldn't just listen to it. I rushed to the door, flung it open, and stepped out into the dark hallway. My breath caught in my throat as I looked down the empty corridor. It was as still and quiet as a graveyard. I stood there for a second, trying to make sense of it. The hallway was empty, dark as night. I could see the shadows of the furniture in the living room beyond, but there was no sign of my grandpa, no sign of anyone. My pulse was hammering in my chest, and for a brief moment, I wondered if I was losing my mind. Maybe it was all just my imagination, right? I mean, who else could have been? But then it hit me, something I hadn't thought about before. My grandpa had never once tried to play a trick on me like this. If it was him, he'd knock or call out to me, maybe even say something. But this was different. There was no sound of him at the cupboard. There was no Tums bottle rattling, just footsteps and that weird, frantic doorknob turning. I opened my grandparents' bedroom door, the creak of it breaking the silence. They were both fast asleep, my grandpa snoring gently. No one had been up. No one had been walking down the hallway. There was no explanation. I stood there for a long moment, just staring at them, before I slowly backed out of their room and closed the door again. My mind raced with questions, with all the things I didn't understand. What had happened? Who, or what, had been walking down that hallway in the middle of the night? I didn't sleep well that night, or the next. Every time I heard those footsteps, I felt my heart stop for a moment, waiting for the doorknob to rattle again. But it never did. As the summer went on, I started noticing other things. Strange little things like objects being out of place or things being moved around in my room when I knew I hadn't touched them. The TV remote would disappear for hours, then just show up again, sitting in the middle of the living room table. The lights in the hallway would flicker, but only when no one was around. I didn't say anything to my grandparents. I didn't want to sound crazy. I got used to it, or at least tried to. I started to ignore the strange noises, chalking them up to old house quirks or my overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. It wasn't just the house, it was something else, something I couldn't explain. Looking back now, I wonder if I'd missed something. Maybe the house had always been like this, and I just didn't notice until I was old enough to hear it, to feel it. I never asked my grandparents about it, and I still don't know if they ever heard anything themselves. Maybe they did. Maybe they just didn't want to talk about it. Whatever it was, it never stopped. Even after I left for college, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still walking down that hallway at night, just out of sight, just out of reach. The footsteps continued, and for as long as I stayed there, I always wondered if one day I'd find out what they really were. It didn't happen to me, but it happened to my mom when she was a teenager. My mom's now in her mid-60s, and if you met her, you wouldn't think she's the type of person to get easily rattled by anything supernatural. She's not an overly religious person. She doesn't read the Bible often, and she doesn't go to church. But she prays every night, just a short prayer, the kind of thing that comforts her. It's part of her routine, and she's always been like that. Even when we watched spooky movies together, you could tell what she was comfortable with and what wasn't. You know, the kind of stuff that's a little creepy, but not totally out of bounds, like the ones with ghosts or urban legends. Nothing too gory. It was our thing every now and then. But there's one movie, The Exorcist, that I really wanted to watch with her, and when I asked her about it, she flat out refused. No hesitation, not even a joke about it. She said she would never, ever watch anything about possession or exorcisms. I didn't think much of it at first, but I found it curious. Months later, the movie Constantine came out, and I showed her the trailer just to see if maybe she'd be interested. The part that freaked her out was early on. There's a scene where a girl climbs up the wall, upside down, in a way that no human should. She refused again. This time, I got a little more curious. Why was she so adamant? She wasn't like that about other spooky stuff. So, one night, after some prodding, I asked her straight up why she wouldn't watch anything like that. Her face changed when I mentioned it. It was like she was remembering something that shook her. She told me a story. Her story. A night from when she was a teenager, at a sleepover with her friends. She'd never told me this before, and the way she told it made me feel like I was right there with her, experiencing it all over again. It all started like any other sleepover. My mom and a group of her friends, all teenagers, were at a friend's house. The parents were off in the living room, watching TV, while the girls were on the floor playing games like they always did. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was one of those nights where you're just enjoying being together, laughing, talking, and playing games. They were playing a board game. My mom had never seen it before, but she didn't think anything of it. It was just a game, right? But as the night went on, she started to realize something wasn't quite right. She didn't know what it was yet, but the game felt off. A little weird. They were having fun, but at the same time, something felt strange, like they were all being watched. It wasn't the typical eerie feeling you get when you're a kid and you imagine someone's lurking in the shadows. It was more like something else, something real was in the room with them. The game, it turns out, was a Ouija board. My mom had no idea what it was, not at the time. None of them did. They didn't know what they were messing with. At first, it was just innocent curiosity. They asked the board some random questions, nothing serious. And at first, nothing happened. The board seemed harmless. But then they asked it, "Is anyone here?" The piece on the board moved slightly, and they all laughed it off. Maybe one of them was accidentally moving it, or someone was trying to mess with the others. But when they asked it again, the piece moved more deliberately. Slowly, it began to spell something out. I was what they saw. It was almost like the letters were just floating there in front of them. My mom said it wasn't like any regular game. It wasn't like anything they had ever experienced. They were all a little uneasy by now, but they decided to press on. After a few more questions, they ended up asking the spirit they were communicating with, "Who are you?" This time, the board moved. It wasn't like the gentle gliding they had seen before. No, it was like the planchette was being pulled, almost as if something invisible was forcing it. B, then E, then VIO. It spelled it out, clear as day. At first, they thought it was a joke. Someone must be messing with them, right? The lights flickered above them, casting strange shadows on the walls. My mom said she remembered thinking how weird it was that the lights were going out, only for them to snap right back on. The TV blinked, the colors shifting, almost like it was malfunctioning. But then it happened again, and again. The lights in every room of the house went out, just for a moment, then flickered back on like some kind of power surge, but it felt different. My mom said it wasn't just a technical glitch. It was as if something was playing with the electricity. The air grew colder, and they all grew tense. At this point, they stopped laughing. They asked, "If you really are the devil, show yourself." No one moved. The room felt heavy, like the walls were closing in. The kind of heavy silence you feel in your chest when you know something bad is about to happen, but you don't know what. The air was still, and the tension was thick. No one said a word. Then, the TV went out. Completely. Dead silence. But in the reflection of the screen, as the image faded to black, they all saw it. The shape. Something was standing there in the living room. It was tall, darker than the shadows around it, but it was clearly visible in the reflection. It wasn't like a person standing there. It was more like a presence. And not just any presence. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. They all froze. No one spoke. My mom said it was like they couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. The temperature dropped even further until it felt like they were in a freezer. Then from somewhere in the house, they heard the loudest bang, the sound of something heavy being slammed against the walls. Then came another noise, a crashing sound, like something was thrown. Things were flying off the kitchen counter, crashing onto the floor, cupboards opening and slamming shut by themselves. It was as if the house was being torn apart from the inside out. In a panic, they all scrambled to stop the game, to close it up, to get rid of it. They threw the Ouija board in the trash and promised they would never touch it again. But even after they did that, the feeling didn't go away. My mom said that night, when she went to bed, she tried to shake off the feeling of dread, but it wouldn't leave her. Around midnight, she was woken up by a loud noise. At first, it was distant, but as she listened closely, it became clearer. It sounded like chains dragging across the roof. Like a dog, but it wasn't just one. There were multiple dogs growling and scratching, and the sound of chains scraping against the roof. It made no sense. There were no dogs in the area, none that they knew of anyway. She tried to ignore it, but the noise kept getting louder, closer, like something was pacing on the roof above her. It wasn't until the morning, when she spoke to her friend's parents, that she found out they had heard the same thing, the dogs in chains. They were just as confused as she was. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was when they all went outside and checked. There were no paw prints on the roof, no sign of anything having been up there. It was as if nothing had happened at all. My mom told me the story more than once, but every time she does, I get the chills. I can feel the weight of it, the fear she felt. She's always been clear about one thing. She truly believes that what happened that night wasn't just a game. It wasn't just a prank or a coincidence. She believes that the devil was there with them, sitting next to them in that living room. She can't explain it any other way. And to this day, she refuses to talk about it or watch anything that involves possession or exorcism. She won't even let a Ouija board near her house. If someone even brings it up, she gets angry, says things she doesn't mean, and shuts it down completely. She doesn't want to invite anything back into her life. She doesn't want to risk that darkness finding its way back to her. The way she tells it, I know she's not making it up. I can see the terror in her eyes when she remembers that night, and I can feel it too. I think that's why I can never fully shake the feeling that there's something out there, something watching. It's hard to explain, but every time she tells that story, it makes me feel like I'm not alone, like something's still out there. And the worst part, I don't think it ever truly left her. It was about 10 years ago when I was 19. I was always the kind of person who didn't mind a good thrill. I had an interest in the paranormal, ghosts, strange happenings, things that couldn't be explained. So when my friend, Sarah, told me that she had bought a board called Psychic Circle, I was all in. It wasn't exactly a Ouija board, but it looked similar. One of those boards with words, symbols, and pictures scattered across it, designed to summon and communicate with things beyond our understanding. She had a book that came with it, explaining the meanings of the symbols and how to interpret the responses. We tried a few times, but nothing really happened. A few minor things, maybe, but nothing that made us feel anything more than a little curious. The board sat in the corner of Sarah's room for a while, mostly forgotten, until one night. She told me that she was going to her aunt's house, and she was planning to bring the board with her. Sarah and her aunt had always been pretty close, and her aunt was as open-minded as we were when it came to the paranormal. I wasn't sure what to expect that night, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured we'd probably just try it out and laugh it off like we always did. But that night, when I got in the car with Sarah, I had this strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't exactly fear, but it was a kind of unease, the sensation that something wasn't right. I'd experienced a few weird things in my life, so the thought of the paranormal didn't usually scare me, but this felt different. It was as if something was pushing at me from the inside, telling me that I shouldn't be going. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. I brushed it off as nerves, but the feeling stuck with me the entire drive. We arrived at Sarah's aunt's house, a little bungalow on the outskirts of town. The place had a quiet, almost sleepy vibe to it, with overgrown shrubs and trees casting long shadows over the yard. When we walked inside, her aunt was there, sitting on the couch. The air felt thick somehow, like walking into a room after an argument had just happened, or after a storm passed through and left everything feeling still and heavy. Her aunt gave me a tight smile when I walked in, but it was hard to tell if it was genuine or forced. "Hey, you too," her aunt greeted us, but there was something in her tone that felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it didn't feel warm like it usually did. We set the board down on the kitchen table, and I felt the weight of the room shift. Sarah looked at her aunt and asked if they'd had any luck with the board when I wasn't around. Her aunt's expression changed. It was subtle, but it was like something closed off inside her. "Yeah, we had a pretty intense session," she said, her voice low. She didn't meet my eyes, but there's something strange about it. I don't think I can explain it. Sarah's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "What do you mean?" Her aunt glanced at the board like it was something dangerous, something she wanted to keep away from me. "It's been sweating," she said. "It's like it's been, I don't know, alive. Maybe that sounds stupid, but I swear it was different after we used it." Sweating, I echoed, not sure I understood what she meant. Yeah, her aunt continued. The colors are all faded now. It looks like it's been sitting out in the sun for years. That was when I noticed it. The board, which had been a bright, colorful thing when we first saw it, now looked old, worn. The colors had bled out of the pictures and words. It looked like something that had been exposed to the elements for far too long, even though Sarah had told me it had only been a few weeks since she bought it. The wooden surface was scratched and rough, and there was something about the board's aura, something unsettling about it, that made me feel like we were about to do something we shouldn't. At that moment, the tension in the room became unbearable. I tried to ignore it, tried to act like everything was normal, but the air felt thick, oppressive. Sarah sat down next to me, looking confused and concerned. Her aunt finally took the board and set it in front of us. She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes narrowing, and for some reason, I felt like she was studying me. She seemed to hesitate before she spoke. "You're not going to touch the oracle," she said flatly, almost as if she was ordering me not to. I blinked in confusion. "What? No," she interrupted, her voice sharp. "They don't like you. They don't want to answer you. I can tell." Her words made my stomach twist. I didn't understand what she meant. I didn't think there was anything about me that would make a spirit or entity refuse to answer me. But the way she said it, the look in her eyes, made me feel like I had no place here. Like I was the odd one out, a person who wasn't meant to be in this circle. Sarah's aunt's expression grew more intense as she stared at me, her face stiff with something I couldn't understand. I could feel my palms growing clammy, my heart racing. I had always been skeptical, and I had always believed that the paranormal was just unexplained stuff that we didn't yet have the answers to. But this felt different. It felt real. I had never felt this uneasy before. "I think we should stop," I said, my voice trembling slightly despite myself. "Agreed," Sarah said, looking at me like she hadn't expected me to feel that way either. "This is weird." Her aunt, however, didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She took a deep breath, then without a word, packed the board up, shoving it back into the box. Her eyes were still narrowed at me, and I could see that she was unsettled, too. But there was something more beneath it, something deep and buried. She was hiding it, but it wasn't hard to see that she was shaken. "Get out," her aunt said, her voice suddenly cold. "You're not welcome here anymore." We left quickly, without saying anything more. Sarah's face was pale as we walked to the car. She didn't speak either, but I could tell she was trying to process everything that had just happened. "What the hell just happened?" I asked once we were in the car. "I don't know," Sarah whispered, her voice shaken. "That wasn't like my aunt at all. She's never acted like that. She's never said anything like that to me before." We drove home in silence, the air in the car thick with the same unease that had settled in the house. I kept replaying everything that had happened in my mind, trying to figure out if there was something I missed, something I could explain away. But there was nothing to explain it. Her aunt had been normal at first, and then she wasn't. The board had been normal at first, and then it wasn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that whatever had been summoned, or whatever had been touched that night, was still lingering. Sarah eventually got the board back from her aunt after a lot of pleading, but it didn't feel right to me anymore. It was like everything about it had shifted in some way that I couldn't quite describe. We tried to use it again, but nothing happened. Nothing at all. After a while, I gave up on it. I bought my own, thinking that maybe I just needed a fresh start, but it was the same thing. The board just sat there, looking harmless, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. Eventually, I ended up giving it to some friends who were into the paranormal, but it didn't last long with them either. They came to me a few weeks later, telling me they had been getting strange feelings when they used it, too. After that, I didn't hear much about it. I think they either gave it away or threw it out, but I'll never know for sure. The whole experience stuck with me, though. I've always been a skeptic, but after that night, I don't know anymore. Something about it wasn't right, and to this day, I can't explain it. The board was just a tool, but there was something in the air that night, something that made me feel like I was in the presence of something I couldn't understand or control. And maybe that's the scariest thing of all. Not the idea of ghosts or spirits, but the idea that there's something out there beyond our understanding that doesn't want us to know. I remember the days when I was young, around 8 or 9, and my older sister was the one who took care of me when our parents were out. My parents would go to the store or out for a few hours, and we were left at home with her. She was only 15 or 16, so she was still a kid herself, but she had to babysit me while our parents were away. She wasn't exactly a big fan of the responsibility, but she did her best. I guess I was the annoying little brother who would follow her around, asking questions, getting in her way, or just being a general nuisance. Most of the time, she'd just roll her eyes, tell me to go play outside, and I'd be off in a flash, running to the backyard or the carport. I remember the carport well. It was a dusty, cobbled-together area, mostly used for storage. My sister would go out there to smoke. It wasn't something our parents were too happy about, but she did it anyway. We lived on a quiet street, and the carport faced the street where we had a good view of the neighborhood. I used to sit on the concrete and play with my toys while she did her thing, smoking and ignoring me for the most part. It was boring sometimes, but I didn't mind it. I was outside doing my thing. One day, I remember it so clearly, it was just like any other afternoon. My sister went outside to smoke, and I, of course, followed her. I sat near her, tossing a ball around while she stared at the street. That's when she noticed the white SUV. It was at the very end of our driveway, parked on the street. A white SUV, something like a 90s era Bravada, or something similar. I didn't pay much attention at first, but she kept staring at it, frowning. It was sitting there, just parked in front of our house. The windows were so tinted that you couldn't see inside. It was like a black void, and it was impossible to tell if there was anyone inside. It was weird, but not too alarming at first. She continued smoking, but after a while, I noticed she was acting different. She was more distracted, glancing over her shoulder every few moments, still looking at the SUV. Then, after some time, the car just drove off. I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just some random person passing through. But the next time we went outside, the SUV was back. And this time, it sat there even longer. It didn't just drive away. It parked at the end of our driveway again, facing the street, completely still. My sister mentioned it to me, but she wasn't freaked out. She just thought it was strange. She shrugged it off as some weirdo, and that was it. But that SUV came back. It didn't stop coming around. Whenever my sister went outside, it would be there just sitting. Every time she went to smoke, it would appear, park at the end of the driveway, and just sit there, staring at our house. It felt like someone was watching her. I wasn't sure why she didn't seem scared, but I did. It gave me an unsettling feeling, like something wasn't right. I started to pay attention too, watching from the window when I couldn't go outside. I would watch the SUV sitting at the end of the driveway, waiting. The driver never got out, and there was never any movement inside the car. It was like it was just waiting for something, watching us. It wasn't a casual thing anymore. It was deliberate. I told my sister about it a few times, but she just waved it off. She wasn't about to let some creepy guy in a tinted SUV ruin her smoke break. But then things started to get worse. The SUV started following a pattern. It would wait at the end of the driveway until she went inside. Once she went inside, it would drive off, only to park in the church parking lot a block away. It would wait there, silently, until she went back outside again. Then, just like before, it would park in front of the driveway, facing the street, waiting. It didn't matter if she went inside or stayed outside. The SUV kept showing up. It started to feel like it was stalking us, like it was waiting for something. My sister got annoyed by it after a while. She would comment to me about how strange it was, but she didn't think it was anything to worry about. She wasn't the type to get scared easily, and I guess I thought it was just someone being weird too. But as time went on, the SUV didn't leave. It kept coming back. It was about a month later, maybe 2, when she finally got worried. She noticed it had been a while since the SUV showed up, but then, out of nowhere, there it was again, sitting at the end of the driveway, just waiting. This time, my sister told me to go inside, that she was going to go talk to whoever was in that car. She wasn't going to let it keep watching us. I stood inside the carport and watched her walk down the driveway toward the SUV. I don't think I really understood how dangerous this was. I just thought she was being brave, maybe trying to scare the guy off. But when she got about halfway down the driveway, she froze. I could see her. I could see how her whole body went stiff. She stopped walking, and it was like she was stuck there, looking at the car. She would later tell us that at that moment, something changed. She felt pure, unexplainable terror, a fear that she couldn't shake. She said it was like her gut was screaming at her to stop, that if she went any further, she wouldn't come back. She couldn't move. She was paralyzed by the fear. After what felt like forever, she turned around and came back inside. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. I could see it in her face that something was wrong. We didn't talk about it much after that, but she was on edge. For months, we didn't see the SUV again. It was gone. It felt like the whole thing had faded from our minds. But then it came back. After all that time, it returned. My sister went outside again one evening to smoke like usual, and there it was sitting at the end of our driveway again. It felt like a bad dream. But this time, she wasn't going to take it anymore. She told me to stay in the carport, that she was going to get to the bottom of this. She wasn't going to let it sit there and watch us any longer. I watched as she walked down the driveway again, determination on her face. But this time it felt different. She wasn't just being brave anymore. She was angry. She wasn't going to let this car intimidate her. But when she got closer to the SUV, I saw something in her face that scared me. Her eyes were wide, and she turned around so fast that I didn't even realize what had happened. She came running back to the house, her face pale. She didn't need to explain. I could see it in her eyes. The fear was back, but this time it was worse. She didn't say a word when she got inside. She just sat down and stared at the floor. She didn't even want to talk about it, but I could see how shaken up she was. We didn't hear from the SUV again for a few months. It seemed like the weirdness had passed. But one night, when the family car was in the shop and we were stuck at home, the SUV showed up again. It was a Saturday, and my sister went outside for her usual smoke. I went with her partly out of curiosity, partly because I didn't want to be alone. And sure enough, there it was. The white SUV creeping down the street again. My sister looked at me and told me to go inside and tell my dad. She had had enough. I ran inside as fast as I could and told my dad. He didn't waste any time. He grabbed his gun, slipped it into the holster, and told me to stay inside. He wasn't taking any chances anymore. My dad was a deputy sheriff at the time, and he had seen a lot of things, but this was different. He didn't say much as he walked out the door, but I could tell he was pissed. He walked down the driveway, heading straight toward the SUV. The SUV, parked just like it always did, seemed to sense that something had changed. As soon as my dad got close, the SUV floored it. It tore out of the driveway, peeling rubber as it sped away. My dad didn't hesitate. He had a clear view of the vehicle now. He noted the model, the year, and the bike rack on top. But the most disturbing part, the license plate. It was covered in duct tape. Not just a little bit, but a whole patch of tape hiding the numbers. My dad stood there for a moment, watching the SUV disappear into the distance. That was the last time we ever saw it. The SUV never came back. The whole thing just ended. My sister brushes it off now, saying it was probably just some random weirdo, but I can't forget it. I don't know who was in that SUV or why they were watching us, but the fear I felt that day still lingers in my mind. It wasn't just some passing encounter. It felt real. It felt like something dangerous was out there just waiting. I'm glad it never came back. It's been 4 years since that night. For years, and I can't seem to shake it. What I saw, what happened, what I still feel deep down in my chest like a weight I can't get rid of. There are times when I forget about it, when I'm living life and going about my business. But the moment I walk into a room with a mirror, it all comes back. The dread, the fear, that feeling of being hunted by something I couldn't understand, something that wasn't supposed to exist. To this day, I don't know what happened to me that night. I've tried to explain it away, try to convince myself it was just stress or exhaustion or something I ate. But deep down, I know it wasn't any of those things. What I saw wasn't a hallucination, and it wasn't a bad dream. It was real. Let me start from the beginning. I was finishing up my freshman year of college. It was that time of the semester when everyone's exhausted and everyone's running on caffeine and Red Bull, just trying to make it to the finish line. I had lived in the dorms all year with my roommate, who was the kind of person who made everything fun, even during finals week. But toward the end of the semester, something started to change in the dorm. At first, it was small things, Nothing you'd really notice unless you were paying attention. A chill in the air, a weird smell that no one could quite place, a feeling of being watched. Nothing you could really point to and say, this is it. This is what's wrong. It was like a cloud of unease hanging over the building, something that made your heart beat just a little faster for no reason. Everyone shrugged it off. Stress, finals, lack of sleep, totally normal, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. One night, I decided I'd take a break from studying and hop in the shower. It was late, maybe around 1 a.m., and I was alone in the dorm. Everyone else was either studying or out doing who knows what, so it was just me. I didn't think anything of it when I grabbed my towel and headed for the bathroom. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The bathroom itself was like something straight out of a prison movie, long and narrow, with 2 sets of sinks on either side, their mirrors facing each other. The lights above flickered from time to time, casting this harsh, buzzing glow that only added to the strange vibe of the place. The door to the bathroom was a heavy steel frame with a small window, the kind you might see in an old industrial building. The door didn't quite close all the way. It was propped open by a wooden wedge that didn't seem to serve any purpose other than to make the place feel even more like a holding cell. There were 2 showers at the far end of the room, and one of them had the door cracked open just enough that I could see the reflection of the shower head in the mirror. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I was tired, ready to get in and out, so I tossed my clothes on the sink counter next to me and glanced up into the mirror while I undressed. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a shimmer, something barely visible in the distance, just beyond the edge of the mirror's reflection. I thought maybe I was just tired, or maybe it was some kind of optical illusion from the lights. But the shimmer didn't go away. It moved closer. I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, so I shook my head, trying to clear the haze. But as I stared at the mirror, I couldn't help but notice that the shimmer was getting closer, closer than any reflection should have been able to get. It wasn't just a vague shape anymore. I could see it moving, like it was shifting from one layer of the mirror's reflection to another, closer, almost as if it were walking toward me. My stomach dropped. The air around me felt thicker. I tried to shake it off, but it was impossible. The thing in the mirror was coming closer, and I couldn't look away. My heart started pounding in my chest. The closer it got, the more defined it became. It wasn't just a shimmer anymore, but a dark shape like a mass of blackness, covered in what looked like hair, or maybe something else. It was hard to make out, but then it got closer, so close that for a split second, I could see it in full detail, and I wished to God I hadn't. It wasn't a human, not in the way you and I are human. It was like a person, but not. The body was obscured, wrapped in some kind of flowing veil that shimmered and moved on its own, like it was alive. I could see through parts of it, but from the torso down, it was solid black, like a shadow that didn't belong in the world. And the face, God, the face. It was human, but it wasn't. There was something off about it, something wrong. Its eyes were dark, blacker than the shadows, but they glowed. They burned with an unnatural light that I couldn't look away from. I froze. My body wouldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The thing in the mirror, it saw me, and it knew I was looking at it. Just as I was about to scream, the lights flickered once, then went out completely. The whole bathroom was plunged into pitch black. I couldn't see anything anymore. I felt my way to the door, but it wouldn't open. The door, which had always been propped open by that stupid wooden wedge, was now stuck. I yanked on it, but it didn't budge. I pounded on it, but it was like something was holding it shut, trapping me inside. Then the smell hit. It was thick, heavy, metallic like blood. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I didn't even know what to think anymore. The last thing I remember is the overwhelming sense that something was standing right behind me, its cold presence pressing into my back. Then everything went black. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed, my body sore and stiff, my head pounding. My RA was there, standing at the foot of the bed, looking worried. He told me I was found in the bathroom, collapsed on the floor in the shower stall. My shirt was covered in blood from a massive nosebleed. I didn't know what had happened, but I couldn't stop asking, what did I see? What happened? All I could say was it saw me. They thought I'd had a seizure, but after running tests and scans, they found nothing. No sign of a seizure, no sign of anything physical that could explain what happened. They gave me some sedatives to calm me down because I wouldn't stop freaking out. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't stop thinking about the face, the eyes. They sent me home, but it didn't stop there. I couldn't look into a mirror anymore. Every time I saw my reflection, that face would flash into my mind, and I'd feel like I was being watched. I couldn't escape it. It wasn't just the mirrors either. It was the feeling, the weight of that thing that had been in the bathroom with me, that thing that had been staring at me. It wasn't just in my mind. It was real. I went to therapy for months after that. The doctor said it was probably stress or exhaustion. Maybe some kind of reaction to the caffeine and Adderall I'd been using to keep up with finals. But I knew it wasn't that. It wasn't some side effect of drugs or a lack of sleep. It was something else, something I couldn't explain. I spoke to religious leaders, but they just told me to pray, to turn to God. But none of them recognized what I had seen. None of them could tell me what it was, and I don't think anyone could. To this day, I still don't know what happened. The dorm has never been known for anything paranormal before or after that night. No one else ever reported seeing anything strange in the bathroom. It was just that one isolated incident. But I can't shake the feeling that something dark was there with me that night, and it's still out there. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to escape it. When I was a kid, there was one thing I hated more than anything else: taking my clothes downstairs to the basement. It wasn't just because the basement was dark, cold, or dusty. All those things. It was something about it that got under my skin. The laundry machine was down there, and Mom would always ask me to take my clothes down and pile them up next to it so she could wash them later. It was just a simple chore, but to me, it felt like the worst kind of torture. The basement wasn't finished, not like the rest of the house. The walls were bare concrete, and the floors were rough with uneven stones. There was a small, narrow window at the top of the basement stairs that let in just enough light to keep it from being pitch black during the day. But even that little bit of light seemed to make it worse. It was like the shadows in the corners of the room would just wait, ready to pounce as soon as the light faded. I'd have nightmares about the basement. Horrible, twisted dreams that always felt like they were real. They weren't just once-off bad dreams either. These nightmares came back again and again, like some kind of twisted ritual I couldn't escape. I remember feeling that sense of dread when I woke up in the middle of the night, knowing that I'd have to face the basement in the morning. It wasn't the kind of fear you can talk yourself out of, like the kind where you can reassure yourself that it's just a bad dream and go back to sleep. No, this was the kind of fear that stuck with you deep in your gut, even when you're wide awake. One of the worst dreams I kept having went like this. I'd be walking around the house, minding my own business. Everyone else was gone, and I was alone. I don't know how I knew, but I always felt it creeping in, this terrible, unavoidable feeling that something bad was about to happen. I didn't know what time it was, but it didn't matter. I could just feel it. The time was coming. It was like the world itself had suddenly turned wrong, like something was waiting for me. I'd rush to the kitchen, which, in hindsight, seems so strange. Why the kitchen? Maybe because the basement door was right there, in the corner. I'd crawl under the kitchen table, trying to stay as quiet as possible, hoping that whatever it was wouldn't hear me. And then it would happen. The basement door would creak open. I could see legs, just legs, walking slowly toward me. They didn't belong to anyone I knew. I couldn't make out a face, just the legs moving with this slow, deliberate pace. It wasn't like they were in a hurry. They were just coming for me. I knew, deep down, that if I didn't stay hidden, if I moved even a little, it would find me. I could almost hear it laughing, not out loud, but in this deep, terrible way that made my skin crawl. It knew I was under the table. It could feel my fear. And that was the worst part. The knowledge that it was enjoying my terror, relishing the fact that I was hiding, hoping that I would be caught. Sometimes that nightmare would end with me standing at the top of the basement stairs. I could feel the pull of the stairs, like the darkness at the bottom was calling me. And then, in the dream, I would step down, each foot hitting the creaky wooden steps until I reached the bottom. But then, just like that, the light from the small window would disappear, and I would be plunged into total darkness. It wasn't the kind of darkness you could ignore either. It was all-encompassing, smothering me, taking away everything I knew. And then it would grab me, whatever it was. I never saw its face, but I could feel its hands, cold and strong, pulling me into that dark pit where I couldn't escape. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. But what really got to me was the fact that I always knew what was about to happen in those dreams. There was no running, no escaping. I could only wait for it to happen. And every time it did, it felt just as real as the time before. The basement became the thing I feared the most in my waking life, too. I'd do everything I could to avoid going down there. If I had to take the laundry down, I'd find excuses to put it off. I put it on the back burner, hoping Mom would forget or find something else to do. But she never did. She'd always remind me, and then I'd have to face it. One day, I was home alone. Well, it was just me and the dog. I figured it wouldn't be so bad if I had her with me. Maybe she could keep me safe, or at least make the experience less terrifying. I grabbed my clothes and called for her, and she came running, wagging her tail like she was ready for some adventure. We headed down the stairs together, the light from the small windows casting long shadows on the concrete floor. It was daytime, and I felt a little more confident. It wasn't as bad when you could see everything, when you could hear every sound in the house. I tossed my clothes onto the pile next to the laundry machine and turned to leave, thinking maybe I could make it back upstairs without too much fear. But as I started to climb back up the stairs, I felt that old familiar tension in my chest. It was the kind of fear you can't explain, the kind that tightens your throat and makes your muscles feel like they've turned to stone. I could hear my dog's nails clacking against the floor as she followed me up the stairs, but something else caught my attention. The sound. It wasn't just the soft shuffle of my feet and the tapping of my dog's paws. No, it was something else. Thudding. Heavy, fast thudding, coming from behind me. My heart skipped a beat, then started a race. It was the kind of sound that didn't belong. It was like someone was scrambling up the stairs, their footsteps echoing through the house. The sound was so close, it was like they were right behind me, gaining on me. My legs locked up, and I froze in place. I couldn't turn around, couldn't even move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel in my throat. My breath was coming in quick, shallow gasps. I tried to push myself forward, but my feet wouldn't move. I felt the icy grip of fear crawling up my spine, like something was about to reach out and grab me. I could almost feel its breath on the back of my neck. I was going to die, I just knew it. The sound of the thudding grew louder and faster, and I couldn't help but imagine that something or someone was right behind me, ready to reach out and drag me into the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable. But then I felt something soft, warm even, and then something wet, licking my face. I opened my eyes, still trembling, and looked down to see my dog grinning up at me, her tail wagging like crazy. She'd been playing a game, racing me up the stairs. I let out a nervous laugh, but it was more out of relief than anything else. I didn't die that day. I didn't even come close. But I'll tell you, for that brief moment, I thought my worst nightmare was about to come true. And when I realized it was just my dog, I knew I'd never look at those basement stairs the same way again. It wasn't just the basement that had me scared. It was the feeling of helplessness, the terror of knowing that something was waiting for me, and that I could do nothing to stop it. Maybe it was all in my head, but it sure didn't feel like it. As I stood at the top of the stairs, catching my breath, I realized something. The basement didn't have power over me anymore. Not like it used to. I faced my fear, and I'd come out on the other side. The nightmares, the feeling of being hunted, it all faded away. The next time I had to go down to the basement, I didn't run. I took a deep breath, walked down the stairs, and got the laundry done. My dog stayed with me, of course. But that day, I didn't need her to protect me. I was finally ready to face the basement head on, and I knew I'd make it out just fine. I never expected it to end like that. I don't think anyone really expects their life to spiral out of control like it does when you're in a toxic relationship. But that's exactly how mine went, and I still can't shake the feeling of everything going downhill, even now, 2 years later. 2 years ago, my ex and I went through a horrible breakup. The kind of breakup where you feel like you've been gut punched over and over. We both cried a lot, exchanged angry words, blamed each other for everything that went wrong, and honestly, we said things we could never take back. It wasn't one of those clean breaks you hear about. It was messy, and it was painful, and in the end, it felt like I was suffocating under all the weight of everything that was said, done, and undone. At the start, I thought I knew her. She seemed like this amazing person, someone I could trust, someone I could really build something with. But as the months went on, things started to unravel. There was so much anger, so many lies. Things just didn't add up. And the worst part was that I kept trying to make it work, convinced that maybe she'd change, maybe it was just a phase. But it wasn't. And when she finally left me, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to be the one to end it anymore. It just felt like we were stuck in this endless loop of hurting each other. And yet, even though she was the one to break up with me, over and over again, she still had this fury in her eyes when she saw me moving on. I remember how much it seemed to drive her mad when I started seeing someone new just a few weeks after our breakup. I had been trying to heal, trying to figure out what was left of me after everything we'd been through. She didn't understand that. She couldn't. And every time I spoke about the new girl, her anger seemed to grow, boiling over into something I couldn't control. It was one of those afternoons, about 3 weeks after I had started my new relationship, that she showed up unexpectedly. I was sitting in my living room when I heard the knock on the door. I didn't know who it was at first, but when I opened it, there she was, standing on my doorstep, looking like she hadn't slept in days. I didn't even have time to react before she pushed past me and walked straight into the apartment like she belonged there. "I came to get my things," she said, her voice cold, like we were nothing more than strangers. I nodded, stepping aside, but something felt wrong, and I could feel it creeping on my spine like an early warning. It wasn't just the tension in the air, the awkwardness of her presence, but something in the way she was carrying herself. She wasn't her usual fiery self. There was something darker about her now, something unsettling. "Okay," I said, still trying to keep my composure. "Take whatever you need, but I really think we should just—" "No," she interrupted. "We're going to talk." I had no idea what she meant by that, but before I could protest, she motioned for me to sit down on the bed. I hesitated, but obeyed. She reached into her purse and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, handing it to me with shaking hands. "Read it," she demanded, her voice quivering slightly but still carrying that dangerous edge. I stared at the paper for a moment. Something in the pit of my stomach told me this wasn't going to end well, but I took the paper anyway, unfolding it slowly. The words on the page were angry, venomous, and filled with hate. It was a long speech, but I didn't need to read more than the first few lines to know where this was going. It was a list of everything I'd done wrong, how I was incapable of love, how I'd broken her, how I was a terrible person who didn't deserve to live. She called me every vile name she could think of, and somewhere in the middle of the speech, it hit me like a ton of bricks. This wasn't just her venting her anger. She had written this out in advance. She had been planning this moment. The words blurred together as I kept reading. I couldn't stop myself. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my palms getting sweaty. But she wasn't going to let me stop. Every time I tried to put the paper down or say something, she screamed at me, her voice growing louder and more frantic. "Read it," she yelled, her face twisted in rage. "Read the whole damn thing." And so I did. I read it all, every last word. When I finished, I couldn't even look up at her. I felt like I just read the darkest part of her soul, and it made me sick to my stomach. Then, something happened that I'll never forget. She reached into her purse, and when she pulled her hand out, there was a gun in it. A cold, shiny, terrifying gun. My breath caught in my throat, and I swear my whole body went numb for a second. My mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but all I could do was stare at the weapon in her hand as she held in front of her, her fingers trembling slightly around the handle. For what felt like an eternity, she didn't speak. Her eyes were locked on me, and I could see the chaos in them. She didn't look like the woman I had once loved. She looked like someone else entirely, someone capable of doing something unspeakable. She took a deep breath, like she was trying to steady herself, but it didn't work. "You don't deserve to live," she whispered. Her voice was quieter now, but there was no doubt in it. She was serious. I could see it in her eyes, The way she was holding the gun, like she was trying to convince herself to pull the trigger. My entire body shook. I could barely breathe, my mind racing through every possible escape, but there was nowhere to run. I kept trying to stay calm, try to reason with her, but the words kept getting stuck in my throat. Tears began streaming down my face as I told her over and over again, "You're not a killer. You're not like this. Just put the gun down and go live your life. You don't need me to do this." She didn't answer, just stood there staring at me, her finger twitching on the trigger. I don't know how long it lasted, but it felt like hours. The tension in the room was unbearable. Every second felt like it could be my last, but I couldn't just give up on her. Not like this. "You have to move on," I said, my voice cracking. "You have to find a way to let go. I'm not worth this. Just go. Please." For a moment, I thought she was going to pull the trigger, and then something in her broke. She lowered the gun, her shoulders sagging with the weight of everything she had been holding in. I didn't move, didn't even breathe, until I saw her drop the gun back in her purse. It was like a weight had been lifted from my chest. She stared at me for a moment longer, her eyes filled with so many emotions that I couldn't even begin to understand. Finally, she nodded and stood up. "Goodbye," she said, her voice soft but steady. She turned and left without another word, and I just sat there on the bed, still trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't believe it. It felt like I'd just survived something that shouldn't have been real. A few months later, I heard through mutual friends that she had gotten engaged to someone new. I wasn't sure how to feel about it. On one hand, I was relieved. On the other, I couldn't help but wonder if she was truly okay, or if this was just another attempt at burying the mess we'd created together. But I'd moved on. I had to. And while the memory of that day still haunts me sometimes, I knew it was a turning point. I knew I'd survived something terrible. And in the end, it was the reminder I needed that life wasn't going to let me sink into despair. I grew up in a house on Long Island in the town of Brentwood. It wasn't a place most people would consider creepy, especially for its location. Nestled on a quiet street, the house had that perfect suburban feel. Neighbors waved as they passed, kids played outside, and everything seemed like it came out of a picture-perfect family photo. My dad worked as a taxi driver, so his schedule was all over the place. He'd be out driving all night, picking up drunks and people with strange stories to tell. And because he worked nights, he'd come home early in the morning, usually right as I was still curled up on the couch watching Saturday morning cartoons. One of those Saturdays, I was watching TV when I heard the familiar squeak of the front door opening. I jumped up to greet him, rushing down the hallway with the excitement of a kid seeing their dad after a long shift. I remember it clearly, his face looking worn but always lighting up a little when he saw me. The smell of coffee on his breath, the sound of his boots dragging a little as he walked inside. All of it was so familiar. I ran into the living room, eager to tell him about my favorite cartoons and how I was planning to spend the day. But then I heard my mom's voice from the bedroom, soft and clear like she always sounded when she was awake. "Hello, honey, don't go in the pool. It's not ready yet." My dad and I froze for a second, both of us looking at each other with confusion. We were in the living room, a good distance away from the pool. It was only about 6 a.m., and it didn't make sense for my mom to be talking about the pool. My dad glanced at me, then back at the door to the bedroom where he knew my mom was. I saw the confused look on his face, the kind of confusion that turned into a mix of amusement and curiosity. That voice, it sounded just like her, but something didn't sit right with me. I looked up at my dad, but he just shook his head and let out a quiet chuckle. Well, I wasn't planning on jumping in the pool, but thanks for the heads up, he said, brushing it off like it was just a slip of the tongue. I remember feeling a bit uneasy, but I didn't say anything. My dad told me about his night, about the crazy people he had picked up in the cab. Stories about drunks, strange passengers, and things he'd seen that still managed to surprise him. But even as he talked, the thought about my mom's voice kept nagging at the back of my mind. A few minutes later, we both realized it was a Saturday and that my mom was at work. She wasn't home. It was just me and my dad in the house. And yet, that voice had been so real, so unmistakably hers. I don't know why, but it felt like something was off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the house wasn't as normal as I'd thought. But my dad didn't seem fazed. He just went on with his usual stories like nothing happened, and I didn't say anything more about it. A few weeks later, we had just moved in, and my new neighbors came over to welcome us to the town. It was a family of 4, 2 mothers, 2 sons. One of the boys was around my age, and the other was a bit older in 10th grade. They also had 2 little girls, one with blonde hair and one with brown hair. The little brunette girl was shy and didn't say much, but I remember her clearly. Her eyes were quiet, always observing but never really engaging. The day they came over, we ended up playing soccer in the backyard. The whole family was friendly and warm, and it was a nice distraction from the uneasy feeling I've been carrying around since that morning with my dad. But as we played, I noticed something strange. The brunette girl wasn't around. I looked around the yard and found myself walking to the edge of the property, where the woods started to creep in. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids do that. Wander off, play in places they're not supposed to. But when I pushed through the brush and found her, I felt a slight chill run up my spine. She was alone, standing still in the woods. It was a dangerous area for kids, especially ones who didn't know the terrain well. I called out to her, but she didn't respond right away. It was like she was in a daze, staring at something I couldn't see. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, getting closer. She turned to me slowly, her eyes wide but unfocused, like she was seeing something far away. She smiled and said something odd. "Come play tag," she said, her voice soft, almost inviting, but there was something off about it. I didn't want to play tag in the woods, especially not after everything that had been happening with the house. I thought I should get the other kids to come along, so I turned around and called out to them. But when I did, their reactions were strange. They didn't seem to care much about playing with her. The mother, in particular, had this odd look on her face when I mentioned the little girl. "She's our only daughter," she said, almost like she was trying to convince herself as much as me. I felt a wave of confusion. I thought for sure I'd seen 2 girls, one blonde, one brunette, but she was insisting they only had one daughter. I didn't push it though. I figured maybe I was wrong. Kids' memories can be funny sometimes, especially when you're excited and running around. But then I overheard the mother talking to my mom later that afternoon, and I couldn't help but overhear a part of their conversation. Apparently, the little girl, who I'd found in the woods, had drowned in the pool about 10 years ago. The mother had died shortly after from a heart attack. The whole town knew about it, though nobody really talked about it openly. I felt a cold shiver down my spine when I realized I'd been playing with the ghost of a little girl who had been gone for years. The next few years in that house were some of the most terrifying of my life. It felt like the house itself was alive in a way, like there was something watching me, something that wasn't right. I heard whispers when no one was around. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, and no matter how many times we tried to find an explanation, it never made sense. One night, after my dad came home, I was sitting in the living room watching TV again. I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, something small and fast. I turned my head quickly, but there was nothing there. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the unease continued. The same feeling I had that first morning when I heard my mom's voice, even though she wasn't home, came back in waves. Over the years, things got worse. I would hear footsteps in the attic late at night. My dad would always tell me it was just the house settling, but I knew better. Sometimes, I'd wake up to find objects moved around the house. My favorite toy car on the kitchen counter when I was sure I'd left it in my room. Other times, I'd hear someone calling my name, soft and distant, only to look around and find no one there. I never told my dad about any of this, not first. I didn't want to seem like I was imagining things, but it got to a point where I could no longer ignore it. One night, after hearing that same voice calling me, I went to my parents' room. My dad was asleep, and my mom wasn't home. I couldn't take it anymore. I knew something was in that house, something we couldn't explain. I never went back into the pool area after that day with the little girl in the woods. I couldn't shake the feeling that the pool held something dark, something tied to the past that I wasn't ready to confront. Years later, we moved out of that house, and I never looked back. The stories of that place still haunt me. My dad never talked about it, but I know he felt it too. The memories of the little girl, the strange voices, and the feeling that something was watching. It was all too much. I don't know what happened in that house, but I know this. Some things stay with you, no matter how much you try to leave them behind. There's a reason that house is still empty. Some places are never meant to be lived in. It's hard to think back on it without getting a knot in my stomach. At the time, we were just living our lives, trying to adjust to the chaos of being new parents. Our son was about 3 years old, and we were in that beautiful yet exhausting stage where we still didn't fully know how to manage every curveball life threw at us. Our little boy was a happy kid, full of energy, and he had just started stringing words together in sentences that made sense. It felt like we were always playing catch up with him, always trying to keep up with his curiosity, his boundless energy, and his little mind racing ahead of us. We had moved into the house a year or so before. It was one of those old craftsman homes, the kind that had more character than you knew what to do with. Built in the 1930s, it had creaky hardwood floors, a huge front porch with weathered pillars, and all the quirks of a house that had been lived in for generations. It was cozy in that old-fashioned way, but it also had its share of weird noises and strange corners that never felt entirely right. I guess it came with the territory of living in a house that had stood through decades of history. Every so often, I'd hear creaks from the attic or the walls, like the house was remembering things, and I'd chalk it up to the usual stuff you deal with when you live in a place with that much age. But there was something about it that felt off too. I never really said anything to my wife about it because I didn't want to sound crazy, but every now and then I'd get this weird feeling that I couldn't shake. I'm not one for superstition, but sometimes the house felt too quiet, like the silence was trying to tell me something. I'm sure I was just being paranoid, what with the baby, the move, and all the stresses of family life. I'm sure that's all it was. But then, one night, when I was giving our son a bath, everything started to shift. It was one of those normal nights. My wife was at work doing her usual evening shift at the retail job she had, and I was home with our son. It wasn't much, but I'd learned to appreciate the moments when it was just me and him, those small pockets of peace amid the madness of life. We were in the bathroom, the warm water spilling out from the tub. He was splashing around, giggling, and I was trying to keep up with the mess he was making. I think we were both tired, but I didn't mind. I loved being there with him, just hanging out. Then, he did something that I still can't fully explain. He suddenly looked over my shoulder, his eyes not wandering or glancing at random things, but focused, locked onto something. At first, I thought it was just his usual childlike attention span. You know, how they can go from fully engaged to completely zoning out in the blink of an eye. But this was different. He wasn't zoning out, he was looking at something like he was staring at a person, even though no one else was in the room. "Who are you looking at, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep it casual. He didn't answer right away. His little face scrunched up like he was thinking, and then he asked something that stopped my heart cold. "Why does Grandma call Mommy a funny name?" he said in that soft, innocent voice of his. I froze. A lump formed in my throat. I didn't say anything at first because I was just trying to process what he'd said. I thought he was talking about my mom, the only grandma he knew. But the way he said it, the way he looked at me, it wasn't right. I turned to him, trying to mask the sudden unease creeping up my spine. "What do you mean, buddy?" I asked. "What funny name?" He repeated it, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. It wasn't the nickname we used for my wife, and it wasn't something I had ever heard him say before. The name he mentioned was something only my mother-in-law, his late grandmother, ever called my wife. It was a nickname that had been used between them since she was a baby. It was so personal, so intimate to their relationship, that it didn't even occur to me how strange it was that our 3-year-old would know it. My wife and I never used it, not once, and we certainly never talked about it in front of him. I was taken aback, trying to stay calm. I asked him, "Where did you hear that?" He just shrugged, his small shoulders rising and falling in that way only little kids can do when they don't really know what's going on themselves. And then, as if it wasn't strange enough already, he dropped another bombshell. "The farmer told me," he said, his voice casual as though it was the most normal thing in the world. I felt the blood drain from my face. I couldn't even process what he was saying. "The farmer," I repeated, trying to make sense of it. "Who's the farmer?" He looked at me with those innocent, wide eyes, his expression almost as if he was talking about an everyday friend, like he was telling me about a playmate from the park. "My friend," he said, "the farmer." I had no idea what he was talking about. Who was this farmer? Was he making it up? Was it some imaginary friend? I couldn't figure it out, but the weirdness of it all was undeniable. The fact that he had dropped my mother-in-law's nickname so casually and then gone on to mention some farmer just didn't sit right. It felt like something I couldn't ignore, even if I wanted to. Later that evening, I told my wife about what had happened, and as expected, she was shaken. She didn't know what to make of it either, especially with the nickname. She started tearing up when I told her about it, and I think we both felt this heavy weight of confusion and loss hanging over us. We didn't understand how our son could know something so personal, something that felt so deeply tied to her mother, especially when she had passed away when our son was only 4 months old. There was no way for him to have known that nickname. It wasn't something we ever said in front of him, and we certainly didn't talk about her that much in front of him. So where was he getting this information from? We didn't really talk about it much after that. It was one of those things we didn't want to think too hard about, but at the back of our minds, it lingered. A week or so passed, and one afternoon, when my wife was at work and I was home with our son again, I heard something that made my blood run cold. I was in the kitchen cleaning up when I heard him talking. He wasn't talking to me, but he was speaking clearly, almost like he was having a conversation with someone. I couldn't make out all of the words, but I could hear him saying things like, yes, no, and I don't know that. There was even a laugh, a small, almost playful chuckle that didn't sound like anything he'd say on his own. It fell off. It felt like he was talking to someone who wasn't there. I rushed into his room to check on him, and when I walked in, I saw him sitting on the floor, looking at nothing. No toys, no one else in the room. Just him, having a conversation with the air. When I asked him what he was doing, he looked up at me, a little surprised, as if he'd forgotten I was there. "I'm playing," he said, matter-of-factly. "With who?" I asked, trying to stay calm. He didn't hesitate. "The farmer." The words hit me like a slap. My stomach dropped. "Where's the farmer?" I asked, my voice shaking just a little. "He left when you came in," he said, and just like that, it was over. There was no one there, not anymore. Just the empty room and the lingering chill that seemed to hang in the air. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing. The farmer. Again, what did it mean? Was this just a figment of his imagination, or something deeper? I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it, something that I couldn't explain. That night, everything reached a boiling point. My wife and I were both in bed, the house quiet, the kind of stillness that only comes in the middle of the night when everything else is asleep. And then, out of nowhere, we heard our son's voice. It was faint, coming from the other room, but clear enough for us to hear every word. "Grandma says you and I can't be friends anymore." We both shot up in bed, our hearts racing. I could feel the panic rising in my chest. Neither of us said anything for a moment. We just stared at each other, both of us frozen, trying to make sense of it. We got up and went to check on him, both of us feeling that old, familiar fear creeping back. When we opened his door, he was sitting up in bed, looking completely normal, like nothing had happened. But there was something in his eyes, something that unsettled both of us. I asked him, "Are you okay, buddy?" And he nodded, but his voice was soft, distant. "Yeah," he said. "Grandma says I can't play with the farmer anymore." After that, he never mentioned the farmer again. Not once. Not in any way, shape, or form. It was like the whole thing had disappeared just as quickly as it had started. He never talked about the farmer, never mentioned the nickname again, and eventually, he forgot about it entirely. He's 13 now, and I've never been able to bring it up to him. He doesn't remember a thing from those days, not a single detail. But my wife and I do. We remember it all, every strange moment, every inexplicable thing that happened. We'll never forget it. We don't know what it was or why it happened, but it's something that stayed with us, lingering in the back of our minds. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and I'm lying in bed, I can't help but wonder if, somehow, the farmer is still out there, still watching, still waiting. But I don't say it aloud. We don't talk about it anymore. We've learned to live with it, the mystery of it, and try to move on with our lives. After all, there's no way to explain it, but it will always be a part of us, the memory of a time we'll never really understand. I had just finished a long shift at work, the kind of day that left me tired but oddly content, knowing I was finally heading home. It was already late, well past midnight, and the streets were practically empty. The quietness that came with the late hour always gave the world a more sinister edge. I pulled into my driveway, the headlights casting long shadows against the front of the house. My car door creaked as I got out, my boots clicking against the pavement as I walked toward the house. The night was warm, the air thick with humidity, and my mind was still buzzing from the mundane conversations I'd had throughout the day. I wasn't thinking about much as I made my way up the front steps. The porch light flickered, casting a dim glow on everything around me. As I reached for the door handle, my hand brushed against something sticky and I froze. I didn't really register at first, and honestly, I wasn't paying close enough attention. But then I felt the weight of something light but crawling against my skin. I pulled my hand back quickly, but it was too late. My eyes finally caught sight of it. The large spider web stretching across the entire front of the stoop. It was massive, the silvery strands gleaming in the light, reaching from the railing to the door frame, thick and strong. At first, I just stood there for a second, blinking, trying to figure out what I had walked into. It was just a web, I thought. Just a web. But as my brain started to catch up with what I was seeing, my stomach sank. I looked down at my clothes and skin. That's when I saw them. Tiny little legs, dozens of them, scurrying across my arms, my shoulders, my neck. Baby spiders. There were so many of them, I couldn't even count. Each one was no bigger than a speck of dust. But the sight of them, all moving in unison, made my skin crawl like nothing else I had ever experienced. The sensation of them creeping on me, like little soldiers marching across my body, was enough to make my heart race and my breathing turn shallow. I slapped at my arm, trying to get them off, but I only made it worse. The more I swatted, the more I felt them everywhere. I could feel them crawling into my sleeves, down the back of my neck. Panic set in, my breath catching in my chest. I looked up, trying to get my bearings, and that's when I saw the parents. I've been so focused on the babies that I hadn't noticed them at first. But when I looked up, there they were, sitting on the door frame above me. Two massive spiders, easily the size of a quarter. The light from the porch bulb illuminated them perfectly, and I could see every detail of their twisted bodies. They were watching me, still and unblinking. I could feel my stomach turn as I realized what I had walked into, a nest. A nest of these monstrous spiders, and I had just disturbed it. I was paralyzed for a moment, just standing there, horrified, trying to process what I was seeing. Then the panic hit again, this time with full force. The thought of being anywhere near those spiders, especially with so many tiny ones crawling on me, was unbearable. Without thinking, I turned and bolted for the back door. I wasn't going to risk touching the front door again, not with those things watching me. I could feel the little spiders still crawling all over me as I ran. It was like a nightmare, a living nightmare, and I couldn't get away from it fast enough. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my keys. The back door was unlocked, thank God, and I shoved it open, practically slamming it behind me as I stumbled inside. The moment I was in, I slammed the door shut behind me, breathing heavily, trying to calm myself. My heart was racing, and my body felt like it was on fire from the panic. I didn't even stop to think. I started ripping my clothes off, throwing them on the floor, desperate to get the spiders off of me. My hands moved so fast that I almost tore at my shirt. I didn't care. I just needed the feeling of them crawling off of me. While I was finally naked, I ran to the bathroom. I jumped in the shower, the cold water hitting my skin, the shock of it almost making me gasp. I let the water pour over me, hoping it would wash away the crawling sensation that still clung to my skin. But as the water ran over my body, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Baby spiders were falling out of my hair. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was just a stray one that had fallen. But no, they kept coming. Tiny white specks that looked like dust, but they weren't. They were spiders. Baby spiders, the same ones that fell on my skin just moments before. I couldn't stop looking at them. Each one that fell from my hair made me feel more and more sick. I couldn't believe this was happening. I tried to grab at them, to shake them off, but they were relentless. I spent what felt like hours in the shower, scrubbing my skin, my hair, trying to wash away every last trace of them. But no matter how hard I tried, it never felt like enough. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do next. How had they gotten into the house? Had they always been there? Were they all over my bed? In my closet? In every nook and cranny of my home? I didn't want to think about it. I just wanted them gone. I wanted the feeling of their tiny legs crawling over me to go away. When I finally got out of the shower, my body was raw from scrubbing, but I felt a little better. I wrapped myself in a towel, my heart still racing. I stared at myself in the mirror, looking for any sign of more spiders. There were none, but the thought of them still made me itch. I needed to be sure. I had to check every inch of myself, every corner of my house. The next few hours were a blur. I checked my bed, the couch, the entire house for any trace of the spiders. I found none, but I didn't trust myself. I felt like they were everywhere. The thought that I was still missing something, that there might be more of them hiding in the dark corners of the house, made me sick. It wasn't until the next morning that I realized what I had to do. I had to get rid of them, all of them. I called pest control, and they came out the same day. I didn't wait. I needed the reassurance that I wasn't going to wake up in a few days covered in them again. The exterminators came and sprayed every inch of the house, inside and out. They found more webs on the exterior of the house, leading up to the roof. The thought of it made me nauseous, but at least I knew they were doing something. As they worked, I sat in my living room, watching them with a nervous eye. I couldn't relax. I couldn't stop thinking about those spiders, those horrible, crawling things that had taken over my home without me even realizing it. It was a long day, waiting for the house to be sprayed and for the feeling of terror to finally fade. It took days for the dread to leave me. Even after the pest control guys were gone, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. I would check my bed every night before I went to sleep, and I would inspect my clothes before putting them on. I wasn't sure if the fear would ever leave me. A week later, I found one last baby spider crawling across my kitchen counter. It wasn't much, but it was enough to send a chill through me. I smashed it with a tissue and threw it away. That was the last one. The last reminder of the nightmare I had lived through. The house felt clean again. I could breathe without constantly feeling like I had something crawling on me. But the memory of that night stayed with me. The fear, the horror of it all. It would always be there, lurking in the back of my mind. A reminder of how something so small could make a person feel so utterly powerless. I don't know how you all will take this. It's not the kind of story that makes you laugh or look at the world differently. It's the kind of story that makes you question your mind, question your sanity, and wonder if the brain can break in a way that leaves permanent damage. This is something I've never told anyone before, and I'm not even sure why I'm telling you now. Maybe it's the hope that someone will understand, or maybe it's the fact that sharing it might lessen the weight it's been carrying on my chest for so long. I guess it doesn't really matter why I'm telling you. All that matters is that it happened. Right after graduating from high school, life was supposed to feel like it was just beginning, right? But for me, it was the end. The end of my childhood, the end of feeling like I could live without fear, the end of being a normal person. One morning, I woke up, stretched like I always did, and walked out into the living room. I had no idea what I was about to see. I still don't understand why I didn't notice something was wrong immediately. Maybe I was still half asleep, or maybe I was still clinging to the hope that everything would be okay. But I wasn't prepared for what I found. My father was lying on the floor in the living room, face down. His body was limp, and there was no sign of life in him. He was cold. My mind tried to deny what I was seeing, tried to tell me it wasn't real, but I could already feel it deep in my gut. He was gone. My father, the man who'd always been there, was dead on the floor in front of me. I don't even remember calling 911. I don't remember any of the details of what I did next. All I know is that I tried to give him CPR, though I knew deep down it wouldn't work. His body was already stiff, and his skin had that unmistakable pallor. But I still kept going, pushing myself to do something, anything. I couldn't just stand there, helpless. But it was useless. He was gone, and the terror that gripped me, that paralyzing shock, didn't stop when the paramedics arrived. They confirmed what I already knew. My father had been dead for hours, maybe more. The feeling of loss, the shock, that's something I don't think I'll ever shake. I don't even remember how I made it through the next few days. The funeral, the wake, all the things you have to do when someone dies, it felt like it was happening to someone else. It was like I was living in a fog, a nightmare I couldn't escape. And then came the dreams, the nightmares. I don't know how else to describe them, except that they felt real. Too real. In my sleep, I would walk down the hall like I always had, ready to go to the living room. But then I would remember what had happened, and I'd freeze. My mind would scream at me to turn around, to not go any further, to not face what was waiting for me. But I couldn't stop myself. I was already walking, and when I got to the door, I would scream. I would scream until I woke up, drenched in sweat, heart racing, my chest aching as though it was about to collapse. But no matter how many times I woke up, the dream would come back. Every night, every time. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't live. I couldn't do anything but try to keep my mind from going back to that place. That nightmare. But I couldn't outrun it. No matter how hard I tried, I kept reliving it. I stayed awake for days at a time, exhausted, trying to keep myself from falling asleep. I thought if I didn't sleep, I wouldn't have to face it. But eventually, exhaustion would catch up to me. And when it did, the dreams came again. It wasn't just the nightmares that started to haunt me. It was the fear, the constant, choking fear that I was losing myself. I had a mental breakdown one day. I didn't know it was happening at the time, but according to my girlfriend, who's now my wife, she said I went completely still. I was tensed up like I was having a seizure. She said I was frozen for about an hour, my body rigid like I wasn't even in my own skin. In my mind, I was stuck. Over and over, I was reliving that moment. The moment I found my father dead on the floor. I was trapped in that loop like I couldn't escape it. And then, finally, something broke. In my head, I told myself that I had to go into the living room. I had to face it, let myself see what had happened, and just feel it. I had to do it. And that's when I screamed. Not in my mind, but out loud. I screamed, and I don't think I've ever screamed so hard in my life. And then it was over. The nightmare, the fear, the unending terror, it stopped. I didn't have those dreams anymore. For the first time in a year, I felt like I could breathe again. It was like a switch flipped. I didn't know how or why, but it ended, and I thought I was done with it. I thought I could move on. But then came Iraq. In 2005, I joined the Army. I thought maybe, just maybe, it would help me escape my own head. Maybe if I did something dangerous, something real, I could leave the past behind. The nightmares would be a distant memory. But war has a way of bringing out your demons, even the ones you thought were long gone. I was leading a convoy, and we had intel that terrorists were using kids to bait convoys into ambushes. They'd send children running out in front of vehicles, hoping that the convoy would stop or hesitate. If we did, they'd open fire. The orders were clear: run over anyone in our way. No hesitation. But when the kid ran out in front of my truck, I froze. For just a moment, I hesitated. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to make that choice. My truck chief was screaming at me to floor it, and I couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't move. But I did. I floored it. The kid darted out of the way at the last second, and I kept going, my heart pounding, my mind racing. We reached the next FOB, and I tried to sleep. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally, but every time I closed my eyes, the same dread filled my chest. I had made a decision I couldn't take back. I kept thinking about the kid. And I kept thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't dodged. What if I had run him over? What if I'd made the wrong choice? And that's what happened. I fell asleep, and I had the dream. Except this time it was different. This time I was driving again, and the kid ran out in front of my vehicle. Only this time, I didn't stop. I didn't hesitate. I ran him over. I felt the truck bump as the wheels hit his body, the sickening sensation of crushing something alive under me. I was paralyzed, frozen in the dream. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I got out of the truck, and As I walked around to the back, I felt the dread, the same dread I'd felt all those years ago. I don't know why, but I knew what was coming, and I remember my old nightmares. I assured myself it wasn't the same, that it couldn't be. But as I rounded the back of the truck, I saw it. My father's body, dead on the ground, just like that morning all those years ago. I screamed. I screamed like I'd never screamed before, but it wasn't just in a dream. I was screaming out loud, thrashing, running, so hard that I broke out of the dream and into the real world. I woke up in the middle of the FOB, out of breath, sweating, terrified, my heart racing. That was the last time, the last nightmare. It hasn't happened since, but the damage is done. You can't unsee what I've seen. You can't undo the things I've done in my mind, no matter how hard you try. I'm always afraid, always looking over my shoulder, wondering if the past will come back to haunt me again. My mind feels like it's in pieces, like it's always on the verge of shattering. I try not to think about it, but I can't help it. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if I can, but I'm still here. I'm still breathing, and I'm still trying to make it. Because at the end of the day, all we can do is keep going. About 5 years ago, my mom started dating a guy she met on a dating site. At first, it seemed like everything was fine. She'd always been a little hesitant about putting herself out there after her divorce, but I could tell she was happy. I had recently started dating the woman who would later become my wife, and we met online too, so I couldn't judge my mom for finding love through a dating app. I was all for it, in fact. But this guy, I don't know. There was something about him that always made me uncomfortable. His name was Greg. Tall, broad-shouldered, and quiet, he gave off a calm vibe, but it always felt off like it was too controlled. He had dark eyes, and it always seemed like he was staring at you even when he wasn't. He didn't talk much, which would have been fine if he didn't have this unsettling habit of keeping his eyes closed a lot. It wasn't just when he was thinking. Sometimes he'd have his eyes shut for a whole conversation, like he was trying to block everything out. I can't really explain why, but it always felt like he was hiding something behind those eyelids. My wife felt the same way. She had a knack for picking up on people's energy, and she always said something didn't feel right with Greg. He wasn't rude or mean, not by any stretch, but there was just this weirdness about him that rubbed us the wrong way. The thing I remember most vividly was that he'd offer my wife a piece of chocolate or some other candy, and then he'd eat one himself, but he didn't just eat it. No, he would pop it in his mouth, close his eyes, and moan softly, like he was savoring some rare delicacy. It was unsettling. It wasn't a sound of pleasure, but something else, like it was almost too much for him, and he had to shut out the world to deal with it. One time, my wife and I went to visit my mom, but she got called into work unexpectedly, so we ended up hanging around her house. Greg was there too, but instead of being social or even making small talk with us, he spent the entire time holed up in my mom's bedroom with the door closed. The whole few hours we were there, we didn't see him once. It didn't sit right with me, but I didn't want to make a fuss. I told myself it was probably just him wanting some quiet time or space. As Christmas approached, things with my mom and Greg started to get tense. My mom confided in us about their issues. She said they'd had a fight, and things were just spiraling out of control. My wife and I both thought she'd be better off without him, but my mom was stubborn. She didn't listen to our advice, though, and decided she was going to break up with him. She made that decision on Christmas Eve. That Christmas was supposed to be special. We spent the night at my mom's house, and everything was normal. I remember feeling relieved that my mom had decided to end things with Greg. We didn't get a chance to talk to him that night, but I could tell from her tone when she said goodbye to him that it was over. The next morning, my wife and I woke up early to go visit my dad. We didn't plan on staying long, but the snowstorm came out of nowhere, and we got snowed in at my dad's place. Honestly, it was kind of a blessing in disguise. It felt like a real Christmas miracle, being stuck there, away from all the stress of the holiday rush. The next day, we left as soon as the roads cleared up enough, and my wife suggested we stop by my mom's house. She didn't really say why, but I could tell she had this gnawing feeling in her gut. She was worried about my mom, worried about Greg. Something about him just didn't sit right with her either, and After everything that had happened, she didn't want to leave my mom alone just in case Greg did something, well, violent. When we pulled into the driveway, I immediately noticed that my mom's car was there, which was normal. She lived close to work and walked there sometimes, so it didn't necessarily mean anything. But the house was eerily quiet. I had this odd sense of dread in my chest. It wasn't a panic, but the kind of feeling that tells you something's wrong, even if you don't know exactly what it is. We tried the front door, and as usual, it was unlocked. My mom never locked her door, no matter how many times I told her it was a terrible idea. It drove me crazy. Still, we let ourselves in. The house was warm, and it smelled faintly of the leftover Christmas dinner we had shared the night before. But there was something off. The silence was too much, too still. I turned the corner from the living room into the kitchen where the refrigerator sat and immediately noticed something. There was a dark red liquid pooling out from the water dispenser on the fridge. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, or maybe it was just some weird spill, but no, it was blood. It was oozing, slow and thick, dripping into the spilled tray and then onto the floor in a slowly expanding puddle. My heart started racing. My wife screamed, and I froze. There was no logical explanation for this, and my mind immediately went to the worst possible scenario. "Mom," I muttered under my breath, already dreading what we might find. My legs moved before my brain could fully process it. I rushed to the fridge, terrified of what I was about to discover. With trembling hands, I opened the freezer door, fully expecting to find my mom. Somehow, some horrible outcome of a fight with Greg. Maybe he'd hurt her, or worse. But when the door swung open, I didn't find a body. I found a bag of frozen cherries. I stared at it for a moment, blinking, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The cherries had been opened, the bag slightly torn, and the fruit had spilled out, falling onto the ice dispenser. They'd melted, and the juice had started dripping down onto the shelves of the freezer, forming streaks of dark red that looked disturbingly like blood in the dim light. The blood from the dispenser, I realized, had come from the cherries. The liquid had leaked down into the tray and spread across the floor. It took me a moment longer to calm down enough to register what had really happened. My wife, who had been standing frozen in the doorway, let out a shaky breath. We both looked at each other, the tension beginning to break. We weren't sure whether to laugh at how ridiculous we'd been or just feel relieved that nothing horrific had actually occurred. I could still feel my heart hammering in my chest, but it was gradually slowing down as the truth sank in. It had all been a misunderstanding. There was no bloodshed, no body hidden in the freezer, just a careless spill from a bag of cherries. The weirdness of the situation, the sheer horror of imagining the worst, had made the blood seem real. But it wasn't. It was a simple mistake. But then, something else clicked in my mind, and I turned to my wife, suddenly struck by another, darker thought. I had forgotten something important. My mom had told us that Greg had gone home the night before after she'd ended things with him. But what if he hadn't left? The feeling of dread returned, heavier this time. My mom wasn't there, and Greg's presence in the house, even though we hadn't seen him when we arrived, lingered in the air like the faintest scent of a bad memory you can't quite shake off. I looked back at the kitchen, the blood from the cherries now just a stupid accident. But the unease, that was real. I told my wife we needed to check the rest of the house. She nodded, her eyes wide, and we moved cautiously toward the hallway. We checked every room, every closet, every nook, but my mom wasn't there. It didn't make sense. Her car was in the driveway, but there was no sign of her anywhere inside. Just as I was about to call her, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a text from my mom. "I'm Fina. Had to run an errand. Be back in a bit." A wave of relief washed over me. She was fine. She was just out getting some things. Greg was nowhere to be found. He hadn't been there. Nothing had happened. But the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. It wasn't over yet. Not entirely. Later, when my mom came home, we didn't mention the incident with the cherries. We didn't mention the blood. But I kept a watchful eye. Something wasn't right with Greg. And though my mom thought it was over, I couldn't shake the feeling that something still wasn't finished. It was one of those mornings where the air felt thick with moisture, as if the rain was only waiting for a reason to fall. The kind of morning where everything seemed a little quieter, like nature itself was holding its breath. I had just come off a 12-hour shift, and the last thing I wanted was another drive through the empty stretches of highway to get home. But that's exactly what I did. I remember the road being empty, just a long stretch of asphalt disappearing into the horizon. It was the kind of rural road that people took for granted, the kind that no one really notices unless they live around here. The world was just the endless stretch of country fields, few houses scattered here and there, with some trees that looked older than the town itself. I'd driven this route countless times, always the same uneventful journey. I knew the road like the back of my hand. The stretch of trees that lined the side of the road, the small creek that would always run high after heavy rain, the dilapidated old barn that had been standing for years, looking as though it could collapse any minute. But that night felt different. I had just passed the old barn when I noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. They were far off at first, but they quickly grew closer, and before long, I could hear the hum of the engine behind me. It wasn't unusual to see other cars at this time of night, but something about the way the headlights grew larger unnerved me. It felt like the car was getting closer much faster than it should have. I glanced at the speedometer and noticed that I was already doing 10 over the limit, but the car behind me was gaining on me too fast. I pressed my foot down a little harder on the accelerator, trying to put some distance between us, but the car behind me didn't slow down. It wasn't until I passed a small turnoff on the right, and the car still followed me, even though it was an area most people wouldn't bother to take, that I began to feel uneasy. The road ahead curved, and I slowed down a little, making sure I wasn't going too fast around the bend. That's when the headlights from the car behind me suddenly disappeared. I didn't know what happened at first. Maybe they turned off or something, but when I glanced in my rearview mirror again, I saw that the car was gone. Just like that, it had vanished into the night. I felt my heartbeat quicken for a second, not knowing what to make of it. I couldn't explain why, but I had this sudden, uncomfortable feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I tried to brush it off. Maybe the car had turned down one of the side roads or pulled over. But then I noticed something strange. There was no sound. The usual hum of the engine, the sound of the tires on the road, everything had gone silent. I couldn't even hear my own breathing. It was that eerie. That's when I realized how dark it had gotten. The streetlights were few and far between, and the light from my headlights barely cut through the darkness. It wasn't long before I saw something ahead, a figure standing by the side of the road. I couldn't make out details at first, just a dark silhouette against the trees. But as I got closer, I realized that the figure wasn't moving. Not all. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I slowed down, unsure of what I was looking at. The figure appeared human, tall, thin, and motionless, just standing there in the middle of nowhere. There wasn't a car in sight, and it didn't seem like anyone would be out here this late unless something was off. I almost drove past it, but something made me slow down even further. My foot hovered over the brake pedal as I approached. I wanted to see if the figure would move, give me some indication of what it was doing here, but it didn't. The person or whatever it was just stood there, staring straight ahead. I couldn't make out its face. The darkness made it impossible to tell. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was someone who had broken down and was waiting for help. But then why wasn't there a car nearby? Why was this person standing so still in the middle of nowhere, looking so out of place? I kept driving, heart pounding, hands gripping the wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. My eyes never left the figure in the mirror until I rounded the corner and lost sight of it. But even after I passed it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That person wasn't waiting for help. That wasn't the kind of behavior you'd expect in that situation. I tried to shake off the unease. It was just a person standing there. Nothing to get worked up about. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The rest of the drive was tense. I kept checking my rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see headlights behind me again, but there was nothing. Just the empty road stretching out into the night. The eerie silence persisted, and the weight of it seemed to press down on me. I finally reached the intersection near my house. As I turned onto my street, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, anyone following me. But there was still nothing, just the quiet, dark street stretching out ahead. But when I pulled into my driveway and killed the engine, something caught my eye. There was a shadow moving by the edge of the woods, just outside my yard. It was subtle, like a figure blending into the darkness, but I saw it. I stared for a moment, heart thudding in my chest. There was no mistaking it. It was moving, slowly, deliberately. And it wasn't an animal. I sat frozen in the driver's seat, watching the shadow as it shifted in and out of the trees. My mind raced through a dozen possibilities. Maybe it was just an animal, or maybe it was a neighbor out for a walk. But deep down, I knew better. I got out of the car slowly, making sure not to make any noise. My eyes never left the dark edge of the woods. I fumbled with my keys, trying to get them into the door lock as quickly as possible. Every little sound, every rustle in the trees, made my heart skip a beat. Finally, I managed to get the door open and rushed inside, locking it behind me. I stood in the darkened living room, staring out through the curtains, watching for any movement. The shadow had stopped moving, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, watching me. I spent the next few hours with the lights off, too afraid to move, too afraid to sleep. My mind raced with thoughts of what could be out there. Who could be out there? It wasn't until dawn that I finally mustered the courage to go outside. I stepped carefully onto the porch, eyes scanning the yard and the edge of the woods. But there was nothing, no shadow, no sign of anyone or anything. The whole area was calm, like it had been the whole night. I tried to convince myself that it was all just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just an animal, a deer or something, moving around in the trees. But as I stepped off the porch and walked toward the edge of the woods, I spotted something in the dirt. A footprint, a human footprint, barefoot, with long toes that seemed unnatural in the way they curled around the edges. That was when I realized the truth. It wasn't just my mind. Something was out there, something I didn't understand, something that had been watching me, and it wasn't done yet. I called the police. They showed up an hour later, but by then, there was nothing to find. No more footprints, no more shadows in the trees, just a quiet, empty yard. I never saw that figure again, but I know it was out there. I can't explain it. I don't know who or what it was, but I know it wasn't just my imagination. And whatever it was still watching, still waiting, even now. And maybe that's the scariest part. That feeling, the feeling of being watched. I had always enjoyed hiking, even since I was a kid. Something about being alone in the wilderness felt like a kind of freedom, away from everything, from people, from the noise, from the usual grind of life. The feeling of the trail under my boots, the sound of the wind through the trees, the quiet except for the occasional rustling of wildlife. It was calming in a way nothing else ever could be. It was a fall weekend when I decided to take a solo hike through a stretch of woods not too far from where I lived. I'd hiked this trail several times before, though never alone. I was used to seeing the usual small wildlife, squirrels, birds, the occasional deer, but that day felt different from start. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and rotting leaves, a signal that the season was changing. The trees were stripped of their summer greens, replaced by oranges and reds, their bare branches stretching towards the sky like jagged fingers. I had set out early in the morning, eager to get a good start before the sun really made the air heat up. I had a plan to cover about 10 miles before stopping to set up camp, something I'd done many times in the past. The trail wasn't especially difficult. It wound through a mix of thick forest, some rockier spots, and open clearings. Nothing too extreme, but enough to make me feel like I'd earned my rest when the day was done. About halfway through the trail, I stopped for a short break at a small creek. The water was cold and clear, running over rocks that were slick with moss. I squatted down, cupping my hands to drink. The forest around me was eerily quiet, the usual birdsong and insect buzz absent. It wasn't unusual to encounter stretches of silence in nature, but this silence felt unnatural, like the entire forest had collectively decided to hold its breath. I shook off the odd feeling, telling myself that it was just my mind. After a few minutes, I packed up and continued along the trail, my boots crunching on the dry leaves beneath me. The further I went, the more isolated it felt. The trail narrowed in places, and the trees seemed to grow closer, their branches hanging low over the path. The air grew heavier, and a low fog began to form around me, drifting in patches through the trees. As I moved through the mist, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It wasn't that I could hear anything, not exactly, but every so often I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing just behind me. At first, I chalked it up to the isolation. It's easy to start imagining things when you're out there alone, with nothing but your thoughts and the wilderness. Still, the sensation of being watched never quite left. By the time I reached the area I planned to set up camp, the fog had thickened and the daylight was starting to fade. The spot I usually chose was a small clearing surrounded by tall, dense trees. I set up my tent quickly, the quiet around me almost suffocating now. The fog had grown so thick that I could barely see the tree line just 20 feet away. I worked fast, not want to spend too much time in the open, but something kept tugging at my attention. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it felt like I was being observed. I'd been to this spot many times before, so I knew there weren't any real dangers nearby. No predators, no real risks. But tonight, there was something unsettling about it. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just the fog. Maybe I was just tired from the hike. Once my tent was up, I lit a fire, hoping the warmth and crackling flames would settle my nerves. I sat by the fire for a while, eating some of the trail mix I had packed, listening to the occasional crack of a twig breaking in the distance. The more I sat there, though, the more I started to feel wrong. My chest was tight, my breath shallow. The woods around me felt alive in a way that I wasn't used to. The trees groaned in the wind, and the distant sounds of animals seemed to be moving in odd, erratic patterns. I couldn't pinpoint anything specific, but the longer I sat there, the more I felt the urge to leave, to get up and walk back out of the woods. But I didn't. I stayed there, staring into the flames, convincing myself that I was being ridiculous. I had to calm down. I had been hiking alone for years. What was the worst that could happen? Night settled in fully, and the air turned colder. I put out the fire, crawled into my sleeping bag, and tried to sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. Every sound, every creak of the trees made me flinch. I felt like I was constantly being interrupted by the same sense that something was moving just outside the perimeter of my camp. At one point, I even swore I heard something, footsteps maybe, but when I checked, there was nothing. Just the fog rolling through the trees, the shadows stretching long in the night. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, but when I woke up, the forest was darker than I expected. The fog had gotten thicker, the ground wet from an overnight mist. The usual morning sounds of birds and insects were absent, replaced by an eerie silence. I crawled out of the tent and stretched, the damp cold already starting to sink into my bones. The fire pit from the night before was cold now, but something about it caught my eye. There were footprints, fresh ones, leading directly to the edge of the clearing. The prints were clear enough that I could tell they weren't from any animal I recognized, too large and too human. They were deep, the kind of print that only shows up when someone has been standing there for a while. And they were fresh, just from the night before, or maybe earlier that morning. My stomach twisted. I quickly checked my gear, but nothing was missing, and there was no sign of anyone nearby. No sounds, no voices, no movement. Yet, the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I grabbed my pack and made the decision to leave. No more hiking today. I wasn't about to stick around and try to figure out who or what had been there. I took the trail back, moving as quickly as I could without running. The fog was still heavy, but as I walked, it seemed to dissipate a little. I passed the same landmarks I'd seen the day before. The creek, the big oak tree, but nothing felt familiar. Everything felt off. The woods seemed quieter, the trees closer. The trail, which had been so clear and open on the way in, was now muddled with overgrown brush and fallen branches. And then I saw it, a figure. It wasn't much, just a shadow standing between two trees not far off the path. It was tall, and the way it stood was unnerving, almost unnaturally still. I froze, my heart slamming in my chest. I blinked hard, tried to convince myself it was nothing, a trick of the fog. Maybe But when I opened my eyes again, the figure was gone. I felt my legs go weak, but I forced myself to keep moving faster now. The feeling of being pursued, of something lurking just out of sight, pressed down on me. Every few steps, I glanced back, expecting to see the figure or hear footsteps behind me. But nothing. The woods were as silent as they had been before, like the whole world was holding its breath. When I finally reached the trailhead, I saw the familiar parking lot in the distance. It looked like the same place I had parked my car the day before, but somehow it felt foreign. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. As I reached my car, I threw my gear into the trunk and slammed the door shut. I glanced over my shoulder once more, half expecting to see someone standing there in the trees, watching me. But there was nothing. I drove home with my hands gripping the steering wheel tighter than I'd like to admit. When I got back, I didn't even unpack. I just went straight to bed, exhausted. But even as I lay there, my mind was racing, replaying everything that had happened. The feeling of being watched, the footprints, the figure in the fog. I kept asking myself if I had imagined it, but deep down, I knew I hadn't. It was only when I woke up the next morning that I realized what had happened. On my phone, there was a message from a friend I hadn't spoken to in a few days. She had sent me a news story about a hiker who had gone missing in the exact same woods, the same stretch of trail, just a few days before I'd gone out there. The police hadn't found any trace of him, not a single clue, just a pair of boots left at the edge of the trail. And the strange thing? He had been hiking alone. I never went back to that trail. It wasn't the woods that had scared me. It wasn't the fog or the strange feeling of being watched. It was the fact that for the first time in my life, I had felt like I was being hunted. Something had been out there with me, and it hadn't been a bear or a coyote or any animal I had ever known. It had been something else, something much worse. It was a late night. I remember the clock reading 2:30 a.m. when I started to feel that strange unease creeping up my spine. The house was quiet, too quiet, and the sort of silence that hangs in the air like something thick and heavy. It was almost oppressive. I live in a big, old house that feels like it's too big for just me. There's 6 of us here, 5 Navy guys and me. I have my own space though. My room is in the detached garage, isolated from the main house. It's quiet out here, and that's usually a good thing. At least I used to think it was. I was lying in bed, trying to drift off to sleep after a long day. My dog, a lab, was curled up on the floor at the foot of my bed, as usual. He's a heavy sleeper, so when I heard that noise, I was already half dreaming. The sound started soft but quickly grew louder, rattling, like metal scraping against metal. I barely registered at first, thinking it was part of a dream or maybe the wind blowing something loose. But then it kept going, steady, persistent, a rattling sound that filled my ears like it was coming from inside my own head. I opened my eyes, still dazed from sleep, and the noise didn't stop. In fact, it was even louder now. My room is small, cramped even, and the door is only about 3 feet from the end of my bed. I blinked, trying to shake off the sleep fog, but it didn't help. The sound was unmistakable now. It was coming from the door. The door handle was rattling violently, like someone was trying to break in. At first, I thought I was still half asleep. Maybe this was all just part of some weird dream. But as the noise grew louder, more frantic, I knew it wasn't a dream. My heart thudded in my chest, and my stomach dropped. I lay frozen, staring at the door, the rattling growing louder, and then it sounded like someone was pounding on it, or maybe just trying to force it open. I was paralyzed, my mind racing through 1,000 thoughts, none of them helpful. The noise echoed in my ears, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. My lab, who never wakes up during the night, was suddenly up, sitting up straight with his ears perked. He was staring at the door, his eyes wide, his body stiff with alertness. I didn't know what to do. My brain was working overtime, trying to piece together what was happening. But the fear was overwhelming. I was alone, out here in the garage, with no one around to help. The house is far enough from the neighbors that if I screamed, no one would hear me. I had forgotten to lock the door once or twice before, but in the last week, I'd started deadbolting it every night, ever since reading a story on Reddit about home intrusions. I never thought it would happen to me. The door kept rattling. Thump, thump, thump. My mind flashed through all the things I've read, all the warnings about home break-ins, the stories of people being trapped in their own homes. I gripped the blanket around me, feeling my hands go clammy, my heart pounding in my chest. My only source of protection was a flashlight lying next to me on the nightstand. That was it, a flashlight. I was too terrified to think straight. The door kept shaking like someone was trying to break through. The motion light outside flickered on, casting a faint glow through the window in my closet. My blinds were closed, but that light, it felt like it was spotlighting my fear. I pulled the blanket over my head, thinking if I couldn't see anything, maybe it wouldn't see me. My lab was still staring, not moving a muscle, his body tense. He never did that. I felt helpless, small. All I could do was lie there, paralyzed with fear. I curled up in the fetal position, clutching the flashlight like it was a weapon, even though I knew it was nothing more than a beam of light. Time seemed to stretch. Every second felt like an eternity. The rattling continued, relentless and loud, until my head began to spin, the fear and confusion mixing together. I just wanted it to stop. I didn't know if I could handle it much longer. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the rattling stopped. A sharp silence fell over the room, so thick it felt suffocating. I lay there in the dark, listening to the steady beat of my heart, trying to figure out if I was dreaming or if I had imagined everything. My dog slowly lay back down, though he was still alert, his eyes darting to the door every few seconds. I waited a moment, too scared to move. The silence was deafening. My mind raced through all the possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. Slowly, cautiously, I forced myself to move. My legs felt like they were made of lead, and my breath was shallow. I slid off the bed and made my way to the closet. I have a weird closet with a small window at the top and a bench beneath it. I scrambled up onto the bench and poked my head up, trying to peer through the window without making any noise. I could see the motion light outside, still glowing faintly, but no one was there. No shadows, no figures, just the empty yard. For a few seconds, I waited, heart hammering in my chest. The motion light went out. The yard outside fell back into shadow. Had I missed something? My stomach twisted into knots. My thoughts were racing. Was it someone out there? Was I safe? Was someone waiting just beyond the door, watching me, knowing I was too scared to do anything? I could feel the panic rising in my chest again, threatening to take over. I darted back to my bed, the blanket still tangled around my legs. I lay there, staring at the door, listening for any sound, any sign that someone was still out there. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours, but the silence remained. I pulled my phone out of the nightstand and texted my roommates. I tried to stay calm, to make light of it, but I was terrified. I needed to know if someone was over here. Hey guys, are you up? Do you have people over? Someone was just outside my door, trying to get in. I assume someone must be drunk or something, huh? Kinda creepy. Less than 2 minutes later, I heard the back door to the house swing open, followed by the sound of whistling and banging. My heart stopped. I heard my roommates' voices, loud and clear, yelling. They were running around a backyard, yelling and banging baseball bats against the ground. One of them must have been a light sleeper because he had woken up, grabbed another guy, and come outside to check. My stomach flipped with relief, and then the panic surged again. What if they were too late? What if whoever was out there had already left? I grabbed my dog and bolted out the door, running inside the main house. My heart was still racing, and I could barely breathe as I rushed into the living room. I didn't sleep that night. There was no way. I sat with my dog in the living room, trying to calm down, listening to my roommates patrol the house. They stayed up, checking the windows, watching the yard just in case. I tried not to think about what could have happened if I hadn't deadbolted that door, if my dog hadn't woken up. What if it had been someone much more dangerous? We never saw anyone. No one was caught. No sign of anyone out there. But when they checked the yard, they found a pack of cigarettes lying on the ground near the back fence, and some bag with what looked like leftover fast food. Hardee's or something. It seemed like whoever had been out there had to try to get in and then decided to bail when they saw all the cars in the driveway. They probably assumed the garage was empty and that they could get away with it. I still didn't sleep that night. I don't think any of us did. My roommate stayed on alert, keeping watch. But as the days went by, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been out there, someone who had wanted to hurt me or steal from us. The thought gnawed at me, and for the next few weeks, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that room again. Every creak in the house, every breeze through the windows made my skin crawl. Eventually, I started sleeping in my room again, but it was different. The fear was always there, lingering in the back of my mind. I couldn't forget the sound of that rattling door, the helplessness I felt as I waited in the dark, hoping that whatever was out there would leave. For a long time, I couldn't trust that my little house in the quiet neighborhood was safe anymore. And I never would again. But the worst part was the realization that for a brief moment, I had truly believed I was going to die. And in that moment, I had no control, no way to stop it. Just me, my dog, and the silence of the night, waiting for something to happen. And that's the part that still haunts me. The fear of never knowing if I was really safe, even now, months later. It was the winter of 1989, maybe early 1990. I can't remember exactly, but it was cold, the kind of cold that only hits the desert at night. My sister, who was about 14 or 15, and I were home alone. Our parents were out somewhere, probably a local friend's house, maybe doing the usual adult things that small town people do. My sister had babysat me countless times before, and we were used to it. Despite the age gap between us, we got along just fine. We were in that strange, in-between phase of our lives where we weren't quite kids, but not yet teenagers with all the teenage rebellion and attitude. We were two siblings just trying to kill time in the quietest, strangest way possible. That evening, we were sitting in the common room, watching TV. It was around 8 p.m., and the night had already settled in, making the inside of the house feel even colder than usual. The glass doors in the back of the room looked out into an endless sea of darkness, the kind of darkness that only comes with the open desert. No streetlights out there, just the occasional car passing in the distance. The cold air was creeping in through the small gaps around the doorframe, but we didn't mind. We were bundled up in blankets, watching some crime documentary on CBS. It was either 60 Minutes, 48 Hours, or maybe hard copy. The ones that always covered grisly crime stories, real-life murders, kidnappings, and strange disappearances. All those shows that left us with a weird feeling in our stomachs, like we had just witnessed something we shouldn't have. I remember the episode vividly, even though I can't recall every detail of it. The show was about a quiet man who lived next door to a family in a small town. The guy was always polite, kept to himself, didn't bother anyone. But one night, without warning, he went crazy. He went to his neighbor's house, killed them, and kidnapped their daughter. It was the kind of story that always made me feel uneasy. The kind where you realized that sometimes people weren't who they seemed to be. Sometimes things went terribly wrong, and the person you saw every day could be hiding a dark side. I don't know if it was the show itself or just the creeping cold of the desert night, but there was a weight in the air, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're being watched. We sat there, my sister and I, just staring at the TV screen, not really talking. My sister, usually chatty and distracted, was unusually quiet, her face focused on the screen. About 45 minutes into the show, when we were both sitting there in near complete silence, the front door suddenly bam, bam, bam. The kind of noise that didn't belong in a quiet house in the middle of nowhere. It was loud, like someone had slammed their fists against it with all their strength. We both screamed, jumping off the couch like it was on fire. My sister's face was pale, her mouth open in shock, but I was too scared to make a sound. All I could do was stare at the door in the front of the room, frozen in place, my heart racing in my chest. Silence followed, the kind of silence that seemed too loud, too unnatural. We waited, both of us staring at the door, expecting it to open or for something else to happen. But nothing did. The only light in the room was from the kitchen down the hall, and the faint glow of the TV, which we hadn't turned off. After a few moments, my sister's voice finally broke the silence. "It's probably just the wind," she said, her voice shaky but trying to sound calm. I didn't believe her. This wasn't the wind. The wind didn't bang on a door like that. Not like this. We waited for what felt like an eternity, not moving, just listening. The only sound now was the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Then, almost as if the world was trying to put us on edge even more, the storm door, one of those metal ones with a glass insert on the outside, suddenly slammed shut. The kind of bang that made it clear someone had opened it. There was no denying it now. Someone had opened the storm door, and that meant someone had been on our porch. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked at my sister, but her face was just as pale as mine. She moved cautiously toward the TV and turned it off. The dial on that old thing made a loud thunk sound when it clicked off. It wasn't exactly a quiet motion. The TV's glow died out, and we were left in near darkness except for the light from the kitchen down the hall. I could feel my body tense, my heart pounding louder with each passing second. Every time I looked back at the front door, it felt like the whole room was closing in around me. But I couldn't take my eyes off of it. Time seemed to stretch, seconds feeling like hours. I don't remember how long we sat there in the dark, but it felt like forever. My sister and I just kept glancing at each other, both of us too afraid to speak. I was on my knees, sitting on my feet, trying to make myself as small as possible, hoping that somehow we could just blend into the darkness and be invisible. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw the doorknob on the back door, the glass door that led to the backyard. I wasn't sure if I had imagined it, but I could have sworn I saw the knob turn. It rattled slightly, just enough to make my breath catch in my throat. The door wasn't deadbolt, just locked on the knob, but it was enough to make my stomach churn. Someone was trying to open it. I held my breath, not daring to move, too scared to make any noise. Then, out of nowhere, the back door rattled again. Bam, 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 bam. It was so loud it shook the whole wall of windows. The sound was like someone trying to force their way inside. The door jerked back and forth with violent force. I could see my reflection in the glass, but it kept fuzzing in and out with each hard pull on the door. It was like I was seeing myself in a distorted mirror, my face going blurry one second and clear the next. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. And then, like a switch flipping, my sister lost it. She screamed so loud that I thought it might shatter the windows. My body went numb, but it was like I couldn't even process what was happening. I was frozen, trapped in some kind of nightmare that I couldn't escape. She grabbed me by the arm and yanked me to my feet, dragging me towards her bedroom. I didn't resist. I couldn't. We slammed the door behind us, and I could hear the weight of her mattress hitting the door frame, followed by everything else she could push in front of it. She was frantic, panicking, but still, she managed to remember the phone. One of those old, heavy beige, portable phones with a metal antenna. She dialed the sheriff's office, but in her panic, she couldn't remember the number. Instead, she hit redial, and to our surprise, it wasn't the sheriff who picked up. It was one of her friends. She didn't even care. She told them, gasping for breath, about someone trying to break into our house, that we needed help. Asterisk right now, star. The words she said were barely coherent, but I could hear the fear in her voice. I don't remember how long we sat there in that room, curled up on the floor, shaking like leaves in the wind, but it felt like hours. The sounds outside had stopped, leaving only the silence behind. There was no more banging, no more rattling at the door. It was like everything had gone back to normal, but it didn't feel normal. Finally, we saw the headlights of my sister's friend's car pull up outside the house. The high beams cut through the dark, casting long shadows across the yard. The sound of their car engine idling was the most reassuring thing I had heard in a long time. The sheriff arrived shortly after, but by then, everything was quiet again. They checked the house, the yard, but found nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry, no footprints in the dirt, nothing that could explain what had happened. They asked if we were sure we hadn't imagined it, but my sister and I both knew what we had heard, what we had felt. It was real. The next morning, my sister and I checked the back door. We found a couple of scuff marks on the bottom of the door, like something had been dragging across it, but neither of us could remember them being there before. It was the only evidence of what had happened that night, but it didn't answer any of the questions. Who was at the door? Why had they come? Why had they left? To this day, I don't know who was at our door that night or what they wanted. The sheriff never found anything, and we never heard about any incidents like that in our town. But one thing's for sure, we never forgot to lock the doors after that. The house next door had been abandoned for as long as I could remember. The old man who lived there moved to California 25 years ago and left everything behind. No one had ever bought it. The windows were always dusty, the lawn wild, and the once white paint was now chipped and cracked, revealing layers of weathered wood beneath. I had always been curious about it, but I never dared go inside. Until one night, I decided I had enough of wondering what was in there. I wasn't exactly sure why I decided that night was the night, but the thought had been eating away at me for weeks. It was late, a little past midnight, and the street was silent. I grabbed my flashlight and gloves, slipping quietly out of my house and across the narrow yard. The air was cold, the kind that made your breath visible in the dark. The house next door loomed over me, even more imposing at night, its sagging roof and broken windows looking like it was waiting to fall apart. I stood in front of the house for a moment, just staring at it. The front door was still intact, but it was covered in peeling paint, and the steps leading up to it were cracked, some completely missing. I moved around the side of the house to the back, where I knew there was a window that didn't look too difficult to open. My heart was beating harder than I expected, but I shrugged it off. It was just an old house, right? What could possibly go wrong? The window was stuck, but after a few tugs, I managed to pry it open. I pushed the glass up and let myself slip inside. The air smelled musty, like something long forgotten. The room was dark, with only the beam of my flashlight cutting through the gloom. My shoes creaked on the wooden floor as I moved forward, the dust thick underfoot. Everything in here was frozen in time. Furniture, old lamps, a couch with its cushions sagging. It was like someone just walked away, never to return. I made my way down a short hallway, heading straight for the basement door. The old house creaked as I moved, every footstep echoing. The door to the basement was slightly ajar, but looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The stairs leading down were steep, and I could see the faint outline of the wooden steps beneath the grime. I flicked on my flashlight and descended into the basement. The air down here was cooler, more damp. The light bounced off the walls, illuminating all kinds of junk. There was so much stuff, it was hard to make sense of it all. But one thing caught my eye almost immediately. A grand piano, its dark wood gleaming despite the dust that had settled on top. I was surprised it was still here. The keys were yellowed, and the whole thing looked out of place, like someone had just abandoned it mid-song. I reached out and pressed one of the keys. The sound that came out was odd, out of tune, but somehow still beautiful. It made me feel like I had just interrupted something long lost. I took a few steps further into the basement, my flashlight sweeping over the piles of old boxes and furniture. There were other strange things too, scattered among the junk, military gear, what looked like old World War II helmets, a couple of gas masks, and even a set of binoculars. But what really caught my attention was a poster on the wall. It was a signed Elvis poster, the kind you'd see in a collector's store, still vibrant despite the age. It was a bizarre thing to find in a place like this. I stepped closer, running my fingers along the edges. This house had history, real history, and there was so much more to uncover down here. I glanced around again and noticed a broken wedding picture frame on the floor, glass shattered around it. The picture inside was old, the faces faded, but you could make out the couple, smiling in a way that suggested they had big dreams. I bent down to pick it up, feeling a strange sense of loss as I did. There was a story in this basement, a whole life, probably more than one, forgotten and left behind. I didn't know why I felt so compelled to explore every corner of this house, but I couldn't stop myself. There were a few more things strewn around that caught my attention. Musical instruments, guitars, a trumpet, and a saxophone, all showing signs of wear but still mostly intact. It felt like someone had just walked out the door one day, leaving everything behind without a second thought. After a few more minutes in the basement, I decided to head upstairs. My mind was buzzing with all the weird things I'd seen, but something about the upstairs called to me. It felt like the rest of the house was just leading up to something bigger, or maybe it was just my curiosity pushing me forward. I walked up the narrow staircase, the wood creaking under my feet with every step. At the top of the stairs, There was a long hallway with a few doors on each side. The first room I opened was a small bedroom. The bed was unmade, and the sheets were long since tangled into a mess. There was a faint smell of mildew in the air, and the window was cracked open, letting in a small amount of the cold night air. I swept my flashlight over the room, but there was nothing particularly strange about it. It was just another room, frozen in time. The next room was worse. The smell hit me first. It was awful, a mix of rotten food and something I couldn't quite place. The fridge in the corner was half open, and I dared not look inside. The stove had moldy food still sitting on it, pans covered in some kind of sticky, decomposing mess. The table was cluttered with empty bottles and half-empty cans of beer, but the worst part was the beer bottles themselves. They were no longer liquid. They had solidified into some kind of grotesque, rubbery substance. I backed away from the kitchen area and started moving toward the last room at the end of the hallway. It was quieter now, and the house seemed to hold its breath. As I pushed open the door to the final room, I froze. I heard it, crying, faint at first, but unmistakable. The sound came from the far corner of the room, behind a closed door. My heart started to race. The crying was soft, almost like someone was trying not to be heard. I wasn't sure if it was real, or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but there was something too real about it. I stood there in the doorway, flashlight trembling in my hand, trying to figure out what to do. I called out, but the crying didn't stop. It almost sounded like a child, but something about it made my skin crawl. It wasn't right. It was too quiet, too measured, and then it stopped altogether. I felt my stomach twist, a knot of fear tightening inside me. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I stepped closer to the door, my breath catching in my chest, every instinct telling me to turn around and run. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking as I touched it. I don't know why I didn't just leave. Maybe I was too curious. Maybe I just didn't want to believe what I was hearing. I opened the door. There was nothing, just an empty room, much like the others. No karain, no movement. It was quiet, but then as I took a step inside, I saw it. In a corner of the room, on the floor, there was a pile of old clothes and blankets. At first, I thought it was just a pile of junk, but as my flashlight swung over it, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A small hand. Not a real hand, but a child's hand made out of what looked like old, torn fabric and stuffing. My stomach lurched. I didn't stick around to investigate further. I slammed the door shut and bolted for the stairs. My feet pounded on the wooden steps as I raced down, not daring to look back. I didn't go back to that house after that night. I couldn't. There were too many things in there that didn't make sense. Too many unanswered questions that I didn't want to know the answers to. But there was one thing I couldn't shake, the feeling that I had uncovered something that was never meant to be found. It was an ordinary work day when my phone rang unexpectedly. I was knee-deep in a project at the office, trying to finish up some reports before the end of the day. I wasn't expecting any calls, let alone from my ex-wife. We had been divorced for a few months at that point, and we had fallen into a strange, cordial routine. We didn't talk much unless it was about the kids or something else that needed addressing. But there it was, her name flashing on my phone screen. I stared at it for a moment before picking it up, wondering if something had happened to one of the kids or if she needed help with something. I'd grown used to her calling in the middle of the day occasionally, but it was usually to ask about the kids or sometimes just to vent about her job on the night shift. "Hey, what's up?" I said, trying to sound casual. Her voice on the other end sounded off, like she was thinking too hard about something, trying to make sense of it. "I had a dream," she said, her words hesitant. "I know it sounds crazy, but I need you to do something for me." I paused, taken aback. Dreams weren't usually the kind of thing she'd call me about during the day. We'd been through a lot together, but dreams and their meanings were something we didn't typically discuss. Still, I felt a twinge of concern. "What kind of dream?" I asked. "I can't remember it exactly," she said, her voice lower now, more serious. "But it felt wrong. I don't know how to explain it, but you need to call Danny. Make sure he and his family are okay." My mind spun for a moment. Danny was my best friend, someone I'd known since high school. I knew his family well, too, but why would she ask me to call him out of the blue. Why? What makes you think something's wrong? I asked, though I already had a sense that she wasn't going to be able to explain it. I don't know, she said. I just have this feeling. Something's not right. Please, just call him. I could tell she wasn't going to let it go. She wasn't one to overreact, but when she said something fell off, I knew it was worth paying attention. I told her I'd call Danny and check in with him. After I hung up, I felt a little uneasy, but I shook it off. It was probably nothing, just a weird coincidence. Dreams, after all, don't mean much in the grand scheme of things, right? I dialed Danny's number, the ringing echoing in my ear. It didn't take long for him to pick up, sounding relaxed and normal. "Hey, Mun, what's up?" he said, a slight laugh in his voice, probably thinking I was calling about something casual. "Hey man, listen, this is going to sound strange, but I just got off the phone with Lisa. She had this weird dream, and I don't know, but she asked me to check in with you, make sure you guys are all okay." Danny was silent for a moment, probably trying to figure out what I was talking about. Finally, he chuckled. "You know how she is, man. She's always had some crazy dreams. But we're good, don't worry. The kids and I are fine. Yeah, I figured it was nothing. She just seemed off, but she said I should check. Anyway, I'll tell her everything's fine." I couldn't help but feel like I was just being overly cautious, but when she called me like that, I couldn't brush it off. "Tell her I said thanks for the concern," Danny said, still chuckling a little. "I'll catch up with you soon. Take care." "Yeah, man, take care." I ended the call and sat there for a second, my mind spinning. I didn't know why, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. But I wasn't about to start overthinking it. I called Lisa back and told her everything was fine, just like Danny had said. I spoke to him, I said. He said everything's good. No problems. "I think you were just having a weird dream." Her voice was quieter than usual when she answered. "Are you sure?" He sounded okay. "Yeah," he said, "they're all fine." He laughed it off, actually. Told me to thank you for your concern. "I think it was just a dream. You know how those go." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Okay, I just don't know. I didn't like the feeling of it. It was so real. I know, I get it. But he's fine. You don't need to worry about it." But even after I reassured her, she didn't seem entirely convinced. Something about the whole situation nagged at me, but I couldn't place what it was. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur, but my mind kept drifting back to the phone call. I kept telling myself that it was just a coincidence. Lisa's dream had no bearing on reality. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. It was a gut feeling, one that I couldn't ignore entirely. Something didn't sit right, even if I couldn't explain it. A little over an hour later, just before I was about to head home, I got a text from Danny. It was brief. "Call me when you get a chance. Got some bad news." My heart dropped into my stomach. I hadn't been expecting this. My pulse quickened, and I immediately picked up the phone, dialing his number. He picked up on the first ring. "Danny, what's going on?" I asked, anxiety creeping into my voice. "I don't even know how to say this, man," he said, his voice tight. "You're not going to believe it, but my son. Something happened. He hanged himself." My breath caught in my chest. The words felt like they didn't even make sense. Danny's son, a kid who was barely a teenager, always full of life and energy. He couldn't have. There was no way. I felt like the ground beneath me had just been pulled out from under me. "What?" I gasped, trying to wrap my head around it. "Danny, are you sure?" "I don't know what happened," he said, his voice shaky now. "I just got a call from my uncle in Florida. They're saying my son is gone. He did it to himself, man." I was frozen, unable to process it. "Danny, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. I'm in shock," he murmured. "We were all just together a few hours ago, and now, now this." We talked for a few more minutes, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept replaying the words he had just said, like a broken record. Danny's son was dead. He had taken his own life. How could this be happening? How could something like this happen so suddenly? When we hung up, I sat there numb. I couldn't stop thinking about the call I'd made to Danny earlier, about the dream that Lisa had. She had felt something. She had known. But how? I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but as I sat there in disbelief, a terrible thought crossed my mind. Had Lisa known something was wrong, even if she couldn't explain it? Had her dream been a warning? A warning I hadn't taken seriously enough? I drove home in a daze, the weight of what had happened crushing me. When I walked through the door, I found Lisa sitting in the living room, her eyes red-rimmed, as if she had been crying. She hadn't heard the news yet. She didn't know. "Lisa," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Danny's son, he's gone. He took his life." Her eyes widened, and she jumped to her feet. "Oh my God," she whispered, her voice shaking. I knew it. I knew something was wrong. I couldn't explain it, but I felt it. We stood there in silence for a long moment. I couldn't say anything else. What was there to say? I felt the weight of the loss for Danny and his family, but I also couldn't shake the eerie feeling that had been hanging over me all day. Had Lisa's dream been some sort of premonition? A warning that something was about to happen? Even though she couldn't remember it, the thought lingered, but it didn't bring any comfort. It didn't make anything make sense. The rest of the evening passed in a blur, with phone calls, condolences, and a quiet realization that nothing would ever be the same again for Danny. But one thing stayed with me, the strange, unsettling feeling that had haunted me all day, a feeling that my ex-wife's dream had been trying to tell me something. Something that I didn't fully understand, but couldn't ignore. And for the rest of my life, I would never be able to shake the thought that sometimes, in the quietest, strangest moments, we feel things we can't explain. I've always been cautious when I'm home alone at night. It's not that I'm afraid of ghosts or anything like that. It's just, the kind of paranoia that creeps up on you when everything is quiet and the house feels like it's holding its breath. I'm sure everyone's felt that way at some point. But that night, it was something else entirely. It had been a typical evening. I was lounging on the couch, the sound of the TV keeping me company as the night stretched on. It was just after midnight, the kind of time when the world outside seems to slow down. The air was cool, and I'd kept the windows open to lend a breeze. The shadows of the room were long, stretched by the glow of the TV, but there was nothing strange about it. I had a bowl of chips beside me, and I was watching some random show that didn't really grab my attention, just something to fill the silence. Then it happened. The doorbell rang. I froze. It's not that I was expecting anyone, or that it was that unusual for someone to ring the doorbell, but there was something about it, something about that ring that felt off. When you're alone at night, the smallest things can seem huge. I wasn't used to getting late-night visitors, and I sure wasn't going to answer the door without knowing who it was. I muted the TV and listened. The silence was thick, heavy. The house felt still, like it was holding its breath, too. I walked to the front door, careful not to turn on the porch light. I didn't want to give away the fact that I was home. You know that feeling when you don't want anyone to know you're there? I guess I figured if someone was out there looking for trouble, I'd rather they not know if I was in the house or not. It felt like a good idea at the time, but looking back, I'm not so sure. I stood by the door for a moment, just listening, but I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no voices, just silence. The kind of silence that makes you start thinking, what if they're still out there, just waiting? I shook off the thought. It was probably some neighbor needing something, or maybe just a random passerby. But that nagging feeling didn't go away. I crept closer to the peephole and peered through. At first, I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black outside, save for the faint glow of the streetlights down the road. I had to adjust my eyes, waiting for them to catch the faintest hint of movement. And then I saw it. It was, I don't even know how to describe it. It was a figure, but not like anything I've ever seen before. At first, it just looked like a black shape, a blob, maybe. It was small, maybe about 3 or 4 feet tall. Definitely not an adult, but it didn't look like a child either. There was no clear outline, no shape that made sense. Just a dark silhouette that blended into the night. It moved, and that's when things got really unsettling. The figure was doing something strange. It wasn't just standing still or even just walking. It was dancing, but not like any kind of dance I knew. The best way I can describe it is like it was flapping its arms outwards like a bird or some kind of creature. Imagine the graceful movement of someone pretending to have wings, dipping and swaying, but there was no actual fluidity to it. It wasn't graceful in the way a human dance is. There was something unnatural about it. The arms were spread wide, and the way it moved didn't look right. It almost felt like I was watching a marionette, jerky and offbeat, as though whatever was controlling it didn't know how to move like a person. I could see it more clearly now, though not by much. The night was too dark, but this thing seemed opaque, like it was darker than the darkness around it. A shadow standing out against a backdrop of nothing. I could see it dipping and swaying, but not in any way that made sense. It felt wrong. Every part of me screamed to turn away, but I couldn't. I was frozen just watching it. It went on for what felt like forever, but really, I think it was only a few seconds. I don't know if I was holding my breath or what, but my chest felt tight. Something inside me kept telling me to look away, to stop staring through that peephole. But I couldn't. Not yet. I needed to know what it was, or at least try to make sense of it. I pulled my eyes away for a second. The air in the house felt thicker now, like I was in a vacuum. I almost couldn't breathe. What the hell was that thing? My heart was racing, my skin cold. I felt stupid just standing there staring. I knew I should call the cops, or at least do something. But something was keeping me rooted to that spot. Fear, curiosity, I don't know. I took a few steps back and then looked again. Whatever it was, gone. Just like that. 1 second, it was there flapping its arms in that eerie, unnatural way. And the next, nothing. It was as if it had vanished in a thin air. I don't know why, but I checked again. I was hoping maybe it was just a trick of the light, or maybe I'd imagined it, but there was nothing. The porch was empty, completely still. My brain screamed at me to do something, anything, to open the door, call the police, or even just go outside and look around. But I didn't. I couldn't. Instead, I stepped away from the door, my feet moving faster than my mind could keep up. I walked back into the living room and sat down, my heart pounding in my chest. I don't know how long I stayed there, just sitting in the dark, but I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't even touch the remote to turn the TV back on. I couldn't. My mind was still on that thing, whatever it was. I felt like I couldn't trust myself, couldn't trust my eyes. What if I'd imagined it? What if I was losing my mind? I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up, listening, waiting for any kind of noise. But the night stayed quiet. Too quiet. For weeks after that, I kept the porch light on. I don't know why. I wasn't expecting that thing to come back, but part of me thought maybe it would. That maybe if I left the light on, I could see what it was, or at least get a better look. But nothing ever happened. I still don't know what that thing was. Maybe it was some kind of strange, unexplainable thing, like a person in a costume, or maybe it was something different. But whatever it was, it still haunts me. I've tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I know what I saw. I know what happened. The problem is, I can't explain it. And that's the scariest part of all. To this day, whenever I'm home alone at night, I still hesitate when the doorbell rings. I still don't answer it immediately. And sometimes when I glance out the window or check the peephole, I half expect to see that dark figure again, still flapping its arms in the night. But it never comes back. At least, not yet. It was early December, right before the holidays. Snow had fallen steadily all day, blanketing everything in that quiet hush you only get during the first real snow of the season. My aunt had the day off work and decided to spend it catching up on laundry, organizing the kitchen pantry, and wrapping some early Christmas presents. Her husband, my uncle, worked the evening shift and wasn't due back until well past midnight. The house, usually buzzing with activity, was calm and still. The house they lived in was built in the 1940s. It wasn't massive, but it had a lot of little nooks and corners. There was a full basement, a main floor with the kitchen, living room, and dining room, and a second floor with the bedrooms. Off the kitchen was a narrow door that led down to the basement, more like a steep stairwell than a normal staircase. At the far end of the basement was a cramped storage room, piled high with boxes, old furniture, and tools. The kind of room that always felt colder than the rest of the house. That day, my aunt didn't go downstairs at all. She kept mostly to the kitchen and living room, playing the radio quietly in the background while she worked. Around 5 in the evening, the sun started to set, turning the snow outside pink and orange through the windows. She made herself a cup of tea and sat on the couch with a blanket wrapped around her legs. The house creaked occasionally as it settled, but otherwise, everything felt normal. Then at around 6:30, she heard it, the sound of the front door opening. Not creaking, not some draft, making the door rattle. It was the clear, distinct sound of the latch being turned and the heavy door being pushed open. Then slow, deliberate footsteps on the hardwood floor in the front hallway. Not rushed, not stumbling, just calm, as if whoever was had every right to be there. At first, she thought it might be my uncle. Maybe he had forgotten something at home or gotten off work early. But he never came in that quietly. He always said something, called her name, made noise taking off his boots. This wasn't like that. She turned off the radio and sat completely still. The footsteps had stopped. She listened for any other sound. Breathing, a cough, a bag being set down. Nothing, just silence. She got up slowly, heart beginning to beat harder. She walked to the kitchen doorway and peeked into the hallway. The front door was shut, but she didn't remember hearing it close. Her eyes scanned down to the floor, and that's when she saw them. A pair of shoes. Not hers, not her husband's. They were old, muddy, and big, at least 2 sizes larger than her uncle's. She stared at them, trying to make sense of what she was looking at. There was no coat hung up above them, no wet jacket dripping on the mat. Just those unfamiliar shoes, neatly placed, pointing towards the rest of the house. She backed away and went to the front door. When she opened it, the cold air rushed in, sharp and clean. Her eyes went straight to the snow. There was only one set of footprints leading to the house. None going away. That's when her stomach dropped. Someone had walked up to the house, opened the door, stepped inside, and never left. Her first instinct was to run, but something kept her frozen. Maybe it was disbelief. Maybe a weird mix of confusion and fear. She walked quickly, but as quietly as she could, back through the kitchen and up the stairs to the second floor. She didn't even check the rest of the house. She just knew someone was inside, and she wasn't going to wait around to find out where. She locked herself in the upstairs bathroom and called the police with shaking hands. She whispered, barely able to keep her voice steady, explaining that someone was inside her house and she didn't know where they were or what they wanted. The dispatcher told her to stay on the line and keep the door locked. Help was on the way. She listened intently for any sound below her, but everything remained still. It felt like an eternity, but the police arrived about 10 minutes later. She heard them announce themselves loudly as they entered the house. She cracked the bathroom door open just enough to hear their footsteps moving through each room. When they called out that it was safe to come down, she did. They were already searching the house, checking every room, every closet, the attic access panel, and the hallway ceiling. Nothing. It wasn't until one of the officers went into the basement that things took a darker turn. My aunt stood at the top of the basement stairs, peeking down as the officer walked through. He checked the laundry area first. Empty. Then the furnace room. Nothing. But when he got to the storage room at the far end, he paused. The officer opened the door slowly, flashlight in hand, and said something quietly into his radio. Then he told her to stay upstairs. They found a man crouched in the corner behind some boxes. He was bundled in layers of old, dirty clothes, with a scraggly beard and wild eyes. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't yelling or threatening. He just sat there, holding something in his hands. It was her uncle's shotgun. They had kept it in that storage room, tucked behind a set of shelves. It hadn't been used in years, but my uncle kept it there just in case. Luckily, the ammunition was stored in a completely different part of the house, locked in a small cabinet in the upstairs closet. The man hadn't found it. The officers handcuffed him without incident. He didn't say anything, just let them take him out of the basement and out through the front door. My aunt watched from the window, arms wrapped tightly around herself. The police questioned her for a while, asked if she had noticed anything missing or disturbed. She hadn't. Nothing was stolen. The man had taken off his shoes neatly by the door, as if trying not to draw attention. There was no sign of forced entry. The front door had been left unlocked. That was the part that haunted her the most. She had forgotten to lock it after taking the trash out earlier that afternoon. She was sure of it, and that simple mistake, just forgetting to turn the bolt, was what let a complete stranger walk into her home. They told her the man was likely homeless, maybe mentally unstable, possibly trying to get out of the cold. But it didn't explain how he knew to come to her house, or why he went straight to the basement, or how long he had been planning to do it. She later found out that someone matching his description had been seen walking around the neighborhood earlier that week. knocking on doors, and then disappearing when anyone answered. Most people assumed he was just looking for work or food and didn't think much of it. But my aunt believed he had been watching houses, figuring out which ones were empty, which doors weren't locked. She had nightmares for weeks afterward. She couldn't stay in a house alone for a long time after that. Her husband installed new locks on every door, added a camera at the front entrance, and even put a deadbolt on the basement door. But that wasn't the part that really stuck with her. What haunted her the most was the feeling that something had been watching her that whole time. That while she wrapped gifts, drank tea, and listened to music, there was someone else in the house. Someone hiding just a few feet beneath her. Someone who could have come upstairs at any moment and changed everything. She didn't tell a lot of people at first, just close family. She wasn't embarrassed. She just didn't want to think about it more than she had to. But whenever the snow came again and the nights got cold and quiet, she'd remember those footprints in the snow. The ones that came up to the house but never left. And no matter how many locks she had, that image never left her. It wasn't the noise that scared her. It wasn't even the shotgun or the man himself. It was the silence. The way the house gave away no clue that something was wrong until it was almost too late. That's what made it real. That's what made it terrifying. It wasn't a ghost or some shadowy figure in the woods. It was a real man with real intentions who made no noise, left no mess, and almost slipped away unnoticed. But he didn't. And because of that, she still locks the doors 3 times every night. Even now. I was about 4 or 5 years old when this happened, but I remember it more clearly than things that happened to me just last week. Some memories just get burned into you, no matter how young you are. My parents had just separated, and my mom had moved into a small 2-bedroom apartment on the first floor of a low-rise building. It wasn't a bad place, just quiet and kind of old. We didn't have much, but my mom always made it feel like a home. The apartment was simple. When you walked in, there was a small living room that opened into a modest kitchen on the right side. Down a short hallway were the 2 bedrooms, mine and my mom's, directly across from each other at the end of the hall. My room had little toys scattered around, a tiny bed with cartoon sheets, and those glowing star stickers on the ceiling that only really lit up if you stared at them in the dark. But I hardly ever slept there. I always ended up in my mom's bed. I guess I just didn't like being alone, especially during that time. It was summer, and the nights were warm. We didn't have central air, just a couple of box fans and the windows open to let in the breeze. My mom's room had a window right above the headboard of the bed. She would open it at night to let the cooler air in while we slept. There was a screen on it, and the drop to the ground outside was barely 3 feet, just grass and a small patch of bushes. We were on the ground floor, and it felt safe enough. At least we thought it was. One night, I woke up suddenly. There wasn't a noise or a dream that did it, just that weird feeling that something's off. The room was dark, but the faint glow from a street light outside cast a soft light through the window above the bed. It was enough to see the outlines of the room. I sat up quietly, rubbing my eyes, and glanced toward the open doorway. That's when I saw our cat, Jasper, sitting in the doorway of my mom's bedroom. That was strange. Jasper was always curled up at the foot of the bed or nestled between us. He was one of those cats that stuck to people like a shadow. Seeing him sitting so still in the doorway gave me a weird feeling, like something was about to happen. His eyes were locked on something beyond the hallway, and his ears were perked up, twitching a little. I watched him for a few seconds, frozen in place, not really scared yet, just confused. Then he stood up and walked across the hallway into my bedroom. As he did, he let out a short, quiet meow. That was when a knot formed in my stomach. I didn't understand it at the time, but something about that moment didn't feel right. Something about the way he moved, the way he called out, almost like he was alerting us to something. I turned my head toward my mom, still half asleep beside me, and nudged her gently. She stirred quickly, probably out of habit, and I remember the second she turned her head toward me. Her eyes locked onto mine for a brief second, silently asking what was wrong. But before I could even say anything, we both looked up toward the doorway. There was a man standing just outside my bedroom door, half in the hallway, half stepping out from my room. The light from the window barely lit up his outline, but I could see enough. He wasn't huge, not bulky or anything, but there was no mistaking what we were looking at. A grown man, tall and thin, standing in our hallway in the middle of the night, looking at us. Everything slowed down. My body went completely cold, and I couldn't move. I couldn't even make a sound. My heart felt like it was thudding inside my ears, so loud I was sure he could hear it. I don't even know if he was looking right at us. I couldn't see his eyes, just his shape, the way his shoulders moved as he stepped quietly toward the living room. Before I could react, my mom moved. It was like something inside her flipped on, and all the hesitation vanished. She grabbed me under the arms, and before I could blink, she had thrown me up and out the window above the bed. I remember the screen popping out and hitting the ground beside me. The fall wasn't far, and I landed on the grass outside, shocked and breathless. The cold air slapped me in the face, and I finally gasped. She climbed out behind me a second later, barefoot and wild-eyed. We didn't stop to look back. She grabbed my arm and ran. We ran across the narrow strip of lawn, past the bushes that bordered our apartment, and out toward the parking lot. She didn't yell, not at first. We just ran. When we reached the sidewalk near the corner of the building, that's when she started screaming. Not words at first, just raw, terrified screams. Lights started flipping on in the apartments around us. Somewhere, someone shouted. I remember a man's voice yelling that they were calling the police. We waited outside while she held me tight, standing barefoot on the pavement. I didn't cry. I was too confused, too scared. I didn't really understand what was happening, but I knew it was bad. The police came fast, maybe 10 minutes later. 2 cars pulled up with their lights flashing, and the officers got out asking questions, trying to piece together what happened. They went inside the apartment, guns drawn, but they didn't find anyone. There was no sign of forced entry. The front door was unlocked. That was the first thing they told us. My mom was adamant. She had locked that door. She had used the deadbolt and the chain like she always did. She was sure of it. She even showed them the routine she followed every night. But the door was just standing open when they went inside. The officers didn't find anything missing. Nothing was moved, nothing broken. It was like someone had just been inside, watching, waiting, and left as quietly as they came. They asked about enemies, jealous exes, anyone who might have had a key, but there was no one. She had changed the locks when she moved in. We stayed with my aunt for the next few nights. My mom was too shaken up to stay in that apartment, even after the police told us it was probably a one-time thing. But we went back a few days later. She didn't have much choice. Rent was cheap, and she couldn't afford to break the lease. A week after that night, my mom was cleaning the kitchen. There was a narrow closet off to the side of the room where the water heater was. It was rarely opened unless she needed to get to the breaker panel inside. That day, she opened it to check the filter, and that's when she found it. Sitting on top of the water heater was a small, old-looking notebook. Beside it were a pair of work gloves and some empty gum wrappers. The notebook wasn't thick, just a few dozen pages, but it was full. Names, sketches, little notes scribbled in a sloppy hand. My mom called the police again, and they came out with more questions. The notebook didn't have our names in it, but there were others. Mostly women's names, some crossed out. Little stick figure drawings of rooms and beds. Symbols that didn't make much sense. Some of the drawings looked like maps, maybe layouts of different apartments. The police took it all as evidence, but they didn't promise much. No fingerprints, no DNA, nothing that clearly linked it to anyone. The only thing they could say for sure was that someone had been in our apartment and had likely been hiding in that closet. They guessed that whoever had slipped in before we got home that evening and waited. Maybe even longer. Maybe they'd been watching for days, learning our patterns. It was a horrifying thought. My mom kept asking how someone could stay in that tiny apartment without being heard. The closet wasn't that big, but I guess if someone really wanted to hide, really knew how to stay quiet, it was possible. Especially if you're a little kid who never thinks to check a dark corner, and a mom who's already exhausted from working late shifts and raising a child alone. After that, everything changed. She bought a new lock and a heavy wooden bar for the front door. She nailed the window, shut in her room, and put up motion lights outside. Jasper never left her side again. Every night, he curled up between us, watching the doorway like he was guarding us. I never slept in my own bed again after that. Not once while we lived there. Even with all the changes, that feeling of being watched never fully went away. I wake up at night, sometimes, and just stare at the hallway, expecting to see someone standing there again. But we never saw him again. We moved out 6 months later, found a better place with a second-floor apartment. No back windows, no dark closets. I didn't understand all of it back then. I just knew that the world suddenly felt like a much scarier place, that even in your own home, behind locked doors, you could still be in danger. Now that I'm older, I look back and realize how close we came to something much worse. Whoever that man was, he wasn't there to steal. He didn't break in to grab a TV or take a wallet. He came in quiet, stayed quiet, and waited. That kind of patience, that kind of planning, it haunts me. The Notebook only made it worse. It wasn't random. He had thought about it, picked people, studied them, and he got in right under our noses. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if Jasper hadn't gone to my room, if I hadn't woken up, if I had stayed asleep, snuggled next to my mom while someone crept closer in the dark. It makes my stomach turn. That cat saved us in a way, and so did my mom with that instant, fearless reaction. She didn't ask questions, didn't hesitate. She just knew something was wrong, and she got us out. It's not easy throwing your child through a window in the middle of the night, but she did it without thinking twice. I'll never forget that moment. The way her body moved so fast it barely felt real. We still don't know how he got in. Maybe the door was unlocked. Maybe he picked it. Maybe the chain was hanging just right to look like it was latched. We'll never know for sure. The police never caught anyone. No fingerprints, no ID, no one charged.